to the stream. My name is Lee. If you notice, we have a slightly different setup than usual. I have two friends here as well. Oh, shoot. I also forgot to fix this. Stupid detonate. Give me half a second to fix this. There's probably a way to do this automatically. There we go. It's not that it's not my name, but, you know. Name is Lee, and this is... Well, why don't you introduce yourself, starting with Devin at the top, and then...
All right. Hi, I'm Devin. I will be playing the character of Phoenix, the heir to the despotrix of Hardby.
There you go. Cool beans.
Hello, I'm Dennis, Fandom491 on the Witches and everything. I'm going to be playing Greta Gutplate, a half-ogre ex-slaver.
Yes.
Nice.
So,
yeah.
I still got to go for a tanky type character if that's what's needed.
That's always needed. Neither of you are playing the healer, so that might come up.
It might be consequential.
It depends. You might be able to solve this problem without incident. You never know. So, we begin Hardby, the city of. The two of you are, Greta is, you're doing your exercises. It's first thing in the morning, sunlight, you know, you're doing your morning workout routine.
Calisthenics and all that, yes.
Yes. And Phoenix you're doing practicing, a little bit of practice before breakfast on writing. I mean, or what would you be doing? Practice, you know, studies. You definitely have a tutor, and you're supposed to be doing, you know, a report, you know, stuff you're supposed to be working on for your tutor. You have breakfast.
If that's the case, then yes, I'll be, you know, I'll have taken my breakfast or be taking my breakfast in preparation for my studies.
Okay.
Throw the blue light on my glasses.
Yes. All right. So, you hear a knock on the door. Phoenix first. Oh, good. We at least have someone watching.
Is that a knock on my door?
Yes, on Phoenix. You hear a knock on the door.
Enter.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Am I interrupting?
Only breakfast? Is this of some import?
Yes. The Despotrix requests your presence in 1 hour. It is a meeting of some importance, I'm told. They don't tell me. And you can notice that she kind of like looks... This is a page. Someone's squire, probably. Not, you know, just getting as a message. Go tell Phoenix to go see the Despotrix. So...
I nod and I say, very well then, please inform the Despotrix that I will be present.
Right. Thank you. Kind of ducks and nods out. And, Greta, you are about done, and you're kind of coming to a little bit of water break, and you, a page kind of, excuse me, Miss Gutplate? Kind of looks nervous.
Look down.
Yeah, you've been in the palace for a little while. Like, you're well-reformed and fairly well-known, but you're still imposing. And kind of question throat. I was asked to tell you that the Despotrix would like a meeting with you. If, in 40 minutes, roughly, at the turn of the hour.
Look up at the sun and... Very well.
Kind of gives it a little bit of a bow and hurries out. All right. So you guys head down. The Despotrix has her petitioning room. It's kind of set up so that she can receive petitioners. She's got not quite a throne exactly, but a setup with a chair facing in a small area in front of her. And Phoenix, you've been in here before. You're very rarely you get to see her on, other occasions as well, like family dinners. So you don't often get to be here, but very clearly something's going on.
All right.
Greta, you are
yes,
intimately familiar with this.
Okay, so yes, I walk in, of course, with my normal finery and my head held high and my posture straight. I come in and I bow slightly and I say, Despotrix, I come at your command.
And she kind of gives a smile. Phoenix, how are your studies progressing?
Well enough. I had some reports that I was due to turn in this morning, but I feel that they're going sufficiently. This, of course, must take precedence.
She kind of nods. Excellent. Greta, welcome. I thought perhaps it is time you expanded a bit and broke out of your tutors and such. A little practical experience, if you will.
Try to keep a small smile from crossing my lips at this news.
You are, of course, there was an incident today in the lower town, and I have reason to believe that it might have larger implications.
What sort of incident?
A young girl was apparently coming to seek my audience. She was beaten to unconsciousness. She is recovering.
Do we have any report from the Watch as to who is responsible for this?
The Watch has found her, and saw a note addressed to me bearing the mark of someone I trust, but no message. Perhaps to avoid this very incident. Seems it was unsuccessful. I think that this is a chance for you to spread your wings a bit. You are growing. You are going to replace me someday, I am sure.
If the gods grant so.
Mild. I have very few other heirs. And, of course, that is up to the people of Hardby, but I think this would do you good. And Greta, I know your past has been checkered, to say the least, but I trust you. You've done well by Hardby. And you are a useful tool in my arsenal. I have a very important mission for you.
Yes.
Keep Phoenix safe. That is all.
No,
Whatever, if something should be more than, say, a poor girl who got the wrong place at the wrong time, I would advise you to continue your investigation, however it might be needed. Whatever resources you need, I can provide, of course. This should, of course, be kept... Quiet is the wrong word. But...
Discreet, perhaps.
Yes.
Discretion.
Discretion. I'm sure you're familiar.
Looking up at Greta and her massive bulk, I say, yes, discretion is definitely the order of the day.
She laughs. I know you. I trust you. You'll do well. You two are dismissed. She kind of gives a nod.
And I bow once again.
All right.
Take my leave.
Okay. So now you have the girl is recovering at the watch house with the cleric there. She was found badly beaten with a note bearing the seal of, well, it didn't specify who it was, but it was someone who Despotrix trusts and was probably going to be delivering a message to the Despotrix. Therefore, there's all sorts of spy games going on. There's
Oh, yes.
all sorts of nonsense going on. So,
Plots within plots within plots, yes.
So, who knows who this is, but Could be important. You are charged with investigating, and you've been given free rein to do it however you feel. She seems to trust you.
Well, let us first go to the watch house. I wish to question this girl a bit, if I may, and find out what the mystery is surrounding this mark.
All right.
That my great aunt thinks is important.
All right.
Come along, Greta.
All right.
Well, I walk kind of like behind him, but like just off to the side. Not really right behind him. Kind of like, but just off to the right side, keeping my right eye, aka sword hand, free.
Gotcha. Yeah, you head down to down the street to the watch house. It seems fairly normal. Mostly women in the guard. A few men. Everyone's armed. They're running. They all seem to have a sense of purpose. They have, of course, uniform badges, so you can tell they're watched. They're all, you come into the watch house and it's organized chaos. Everyone's running around, but you feel like everyone running around knows where they're going. So, and as you come in, someone kind of turns and kind of gives you a bow. Lady Norbellos. We were
I
not...
nod in acknowledgement.
And it kind of grants at Greta, unsure of what to do with that, kind of nod as well. What brings you here?
We come to speak with a young woman who was assaulted last night.
Ah, that incident. I assume you mean the young girl who was carrying a note that bore the seal of... All right.
She has been attended to by a priest, I understand.
Yes, we have our own priest here.
Is that priest still present?
Yes. I believe so.
Good, I would like... Good. Is the priest with the girl now?
Should be in the same general vicinity. We put her in our infirmary. We have a setup for those injured on the job, anyone who needs it, with our own...
Please take us to her, if you will.
Kind of gives a nod. And leads you in. And you get led to this sort of med bay. And you notice a plain-looking young man kind of moving between several beds. There's one member of the watch whose leg is kind of propped up, and it's still bandaged. You can see a little bit of healing magic being happening. And you can see one of the beds in the back has a young girl kind of propped up with blankets and pillows. She's probably the one you're noticing. Anyone else? There's one teenager who's caught a couple bruises, but he's been handcuffed to the bed, so you're pretty sure he's something. You're not sure, but probably ne'er-do-well, but
I'm guessing that is meant to be the assaulter.
Maybe not.
All right.
But
we'll see.
Yeah. And
all right. Well,
is she alert? Is she full alert?
Seems fairly alert's a little strong.
She's awake, but not necessarily aware.
Yeah. I mean, maybe a little bit aware, but definitely not full cylinders firing. kind of still a little off.
Still rattled.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and go to the girls' side.
As you head over, the priest comes over to you and says, "Halt! Oh, Lady Norbellos. What brings you to my humble infirmary? Are you ill?"
Nay, I have come to visit upon this young woman. I understand that she was assaulted last night.
Kind of gives a nod. Please be kind of against it, Greta. Delicate, if you can. She seems, well.
I think I probably should just position myself by the door. That way I won't be too intimidating. That way I'll be...
You kind of see him nod in approval.
I am certain my bodyguard is well trained in subtlety and watchfulness. Therefore, I do not imagine that she will be a problem.
But still, to keep from causing the victim any... I will move back towards the door and just stand there. Kind of an military at ease post.
Yeah.
But watchful.
You can see this priest kind of, he has this, you can see the cudgel around his neck. Yeah, like a good Saint
So is
Cuthbert.
he, would that mark him as a follower of St. Cuthbert?
Yes.
All right.
Or St. Cuthbert.
All right. And I say, and my apologies, I do not know your name.
Oh.
To the priest.
He kind of shrugs. Father Rolf. Basic triage, helping the Watch protect the city.
Excellent, excellent. I'm glad for your presence here, Father.
Kind of gives a nod.
If I may, I would like to speak with the young woman. Would that be permissible?
He kind of nods, and he kind of turns to her and kind of gently takes her hand. This nice young lady is here to speak with you. Would that be all right? She kind of nods. Are you... Did the Despotrix send you?
I nod, and I say, I am Phoenix Norbalos.
Like the Despotrix?
Great niece of the Despotrix.
Oh. And she kind of pulls
Is there
up.
anywhere I can, like a bench or a stool or something I can sit on?
They can pull you up a chair.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and gesture for them to bring me a chair so I can sit down next to her.
Yeah.
Not be quite so imposing as I loom over her.
Yeah. She kind of turns. There was trouble. Do you know the town of Wenfork?
Do I know that town?
Yes, you do. Let me see if I can pull something a little bit awesome. May or may not be possible. I'm going to pull up Anna's map and see if I can get it on stream. So Wenfork, also shout out to Anna B. Meyer, who is amazing and just...
Absolutely amazing maps. And heraldry.
Yes, so...
Speaking of her, Lord Kazuma had a stream earlier. They were doing a prelude to the joust. I think you were in on that. Listen to them. They mentioned a cartographer dragon, so I took Anna Meyer and flipped it, and they made that the name of the dragon.
Oh, there you go. That works.
In classic Greyhawk style.
William Anna.
Nice.
I think they who was it? Oh no, the Easy Zoom one. That's the one you always use. Blue Box also did that for Rayam as a ranger NPC. Okay.
Nice.
So I'm taking a lot of liberties with for those of you more familiar with the lore. But Wenford rather. It's it's along the Celatine River. A small town. There's one ford and then there's two ford, and that it's right where two ford is where the Neen River meets the Celatine River. One ford's a little further down the river. It's a common fording point of the river, hence one ford. It's right near where, kind of on the border where Safeton is. And then there's a Crossford, which is a Safeton. It's kind of on the other side of the river. But, yeah, it's a small town run by a magistrate. Nothing fancy.
Right.
Haven't heard of it, any problems there. It's Twoford is close to Greyhawk, so that's always a little tense, but let me see if I can get window capture. Let's see if it's no, I'm gonna have to re-add it. Okay, it's fine. Let's do that, and we are gonna
15, 16, 17.
Yes. Okay, and then we're gonna go to here and oh, I did the wrong one. Okay. Okay. We're gonna switch around a little. We're gonna do something a little wild. We're gonna take this out for now, and you may have a second to fix it. In the meantime, yes. So you've heard of One Ford.
Okay.
So
yes. So I nod to her and say, yes, I'm familiar with the place.
Well, something's bad is going to happen there.
How do you mean?
Well, I got told to bring this. Kind of hands out to prove what I'm saying is true.
I reach out to take it.
It's the same one that you saw before. It is a seal you recognize from a prominent noble family. One of the younger daughters of whom has some being a magistrate in Twoford, which is further up the river.
Ah, yes.
I overheard them talk. Someone overheard. I got this from. He just said, "Take this to the Despotrix, and tell her there's trouble in Oneford. That the magistrate said so."
All right. Did he give no further detail than that?
He kind of shook her head. He said he overheard something, but he wouldn't tell me, and he gave me 3 whole silver. Can I keep the silver? I can keep the silver, right? I did. You won't make me take it back.
Of course you may, child. You've done your job admirably, despite hardship. I hope that you can now rest here and recover from your wounds. These people will take good care of you.
Father Ralph has been good.
You have done honor.
But I did get the message there. I did get it.
You did indeed.
You promise you'll tell her?
I shall. She should be made aware of it. She should be made aware of it immediately.
Oneford,
One other question for you, though. Do you know who your attacker was?
No, he had a mask, and his face was covered, and he was one of the ones that hangs around, I think. You know the ones that they hang around, and then if you need, they get into whatever trouble you need them to get into if you slip them a few gold. Most of them are pretty nice. He didn't. hit too hard, I think. He went straight for the head. I think he was just trying to knock it out and get it quick and not... I don't know, but I think it was all a lot.
Very well. So yeah, again, I turn to Father Ulf and I say, we will trouble her no longer. Please see to it that she is well taken care of.
There's not.
Say the Despotrix will cover any needed expenses
Kind of
necessary for her treatment.
A simple donation to the Church of St. Cuthbert should be more than sufficient. She was injured.
Of course.
Of course, of trouble. Of course, we brought her here.
So I'll go ahead and get up and let her rest. But I'm going to go back. But then, yeah, going back to Father Ulf. And I'll say, now, what of this other one in the other bed over there? One who's restrained.
He rolls his eyes. Caught him robbing an apple cart. He was a little... when they got done with him, so one of the watchmen, she took pity on him and had him brought here.
Ah. Very well. He was not involved in this incident then?
No. We have a whole city full of crime. Always.
Unfortunately. Yes, well, then I will allow the proper authorities to deal with that. We have greater business to attend upon.
All right. Check
so,
it out.
With a glance back toward Greta, I'll say,
Yes.
let's be on our way.
Very well.
One moment, though. Oh, sorry.
Sure.
If you... Oh, sorry.
I was going to motion over to the father and pull out a couple more silver to please make sure she gets this for her, for the extra trouble.
He kind of nods. But I managed to get a map of, I guess I could just, for you guys, I don't know if you're watching the stream.
I can switch over real quick. I got Troll Lords on because they got a giveaway going away for some.
I can also, I can also add, send it over Discord, if you, the link to, it's just a zoom in of Anna's maps. I'm going to put it up.
Sure. Yeah, I brought up a copy of Anna's map too, so I'm looking at it right now.
And of course, as soon as we take away, right. All right. Sorry about that. You guys got to see my Discord briefly, but yeah. So you can see Hardby, 1 ford, and 2 ford list on the map.
Right. Got it.
The little you have this slip of paper. It's a seal, pressed, a little bit of sealing wax pressed into a piece of paper, probably given to show that this is from a legitimate source and it's not just hearsay. Seal belonging to a Round noble family, one of whose members is a magistrate in 2 ford, and then there was trouble in 1 ford, which is a little bit further up, if a little bit further to the south, a lot further to the south actually. It's about
there it is.
Yeah.
So and then if you zoom out a little bit, 2 ford and then 1 ford, and Hardby down here is the city proper. That's where you are for now.
Right.
Although
Right.
the Greyhawk's Manor, if you that's where you started out, and
Okay.
so yeah.
All right. So, in that case, let us. It would seem to me then we should make haste for 1 ford, if that's.
Do you think we should inform the Despotrix first?
We can send a messenger to let the Gynarch know that we are headed in that direction to investigate.
Well, let's gather our supplies.
Yes.
Okay. So for options, you've got if you're going straight there, you have 2 options. You can multiple options. You can go on foot. It'll take about day and a half. You could take a boat. The Despotrix has one. It's not. It's your personal boat. Usually, it's technically hers, but it was gifted to you to use whenever you need. So that's a possibility if you want to take that boat.
Oh, I am absolutely going to use my boat. Yes, it'll be faster, more direct, and I get to use my boat.
Yeah.
So that wins hands down.
Yeah. Quick question, just for reference purposes.
Yeah.
Just exactly how tall is Greta?
Um.
Well, I'm a half ogre, so I'm taller than most. So
Yeah.
am I like in the neighborhood of like 7, 8-ish? Is what I'm thinking.
I was thinking. I was thinking about 6'9",
maybe
6'10".
9, 10. Okay.
Yeah, 6'9", 6'10".
So I probably have to stoop going in most entryways.
Oh yeah. You are also like wider at the shoulders and scarred and just
right.
Heck yeah.
And I'll have to stay on the deck of the boat.
Probably. Yeah.
I'll just find a place where my bulk can basically balance the weight of the boat and leave it at that.
That is true. All right. So yeah, the ship you have is a small sloop, and it as you head down though, so you send a messenger up to this Patrick's, let her know, and you head up there. Something's someone has done damage that snapped the main mast. It's a small sloop, a sailing vessel, so there's not much of a mast. It's not like a huge timber, but it's been messed with, broken.
What is the meaning of this impertinence?
I don't know.
I'm not well versed in this. How long would this take to repair? That don't look like.
It would take repair, probably.
And or replace if needed.
Replace, yeah. Replacing would be faster. If you can get a crew to work, you could probably get it replaced within 4 or 5 hours, at most. Faster if you get the crew faster. It depends on
Well, I'm sure with the Despotrix backing, we can get a crew faster.
Oh yes.
I should think so. Yes. Even with the time it takes to replace it, it would still be faster than going on foot. So.
All right.
Also, it's not fit for the heir apparent to the Despotrix to have a broken sloop.
That's true too.
I will not suffer this insult to my honor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think you should make some inquiries for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So yeah, you have a few hours while you gather the crew together, and you have about a few hours while it's being repaired.
Do you want me to take care of supplies while you make your inquiries, or would you like me to stay with you while you make your inquiries and you have runners gather supplies?
I think, considering the circumstances and the atmosphere of the day, I would prefer to have you in my company.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
You have 3. The ship has a crew of 3 who are generally kind of kicking around the waterfront, and they swore up and down that they were not on the boat at the time. You have that. You have it's docked, at the main dock, so you can ask around there about who might have been out and about. It was probably done in the last 2 days, so that gives you a time frame.
Of course, my immediate suspicion goes to the what are they called? The Marines.
Yes, the Marines are not. As of yet, it's 580. So this is just before the Greyhawk War. So the Marines are not a factor yet. Doesn't mean Greyhawk spies aren't. There's plenty of them around, and they have an antagonistic relationship. So not impossible.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll probably, as I'm going about my business, then probably go to the pilot's office or wherever the official. Or watch office or whatever, and basically essentially file a report that some what's the word?
Vandalism,
sabotage has been committed against my person on my ship, and any information regarding this is sought.
Yeah. You do also have your cousin, Travis. I suppose you could. I have a thing where it's for 200 channel points or 200 bits, you could do a reroll. I don't generally, I've never really trucked with it, but yes, you absolutely can, if you want to throw channel points and or bits at the players, offer them a reroll.
Nice.
I think we really should start. Also, you have Travis Norbellos, who is the Despotrix's oldest son. And, okay. So I guess you guys each get a reroll, because Sig is feeling like throwing around channel points.
Sweet.
Yeah, so you get a reroll banked for later. Note that down.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But yes, you do also know that he's hoping. He doesn't say it out loud. Nobody, would dare say that. But you can't help but feeling she does not have any daughters. He's also your uncle. And
Right.
he you kind of get the feeling he's hoping for another Zagig. That's the rumor going around.
Right.
Maybe he's, maybe he has nothing to do with it, but he would be the heir apparent if, there were...
If not for me,
Yes.
then yes, he might inherit. Mm-hmm. So he's definitely on the list of suspects. It would definitely improve his position to see me shamed or to see me fail.
Yes.
Hmm.
But so there's that going on. There's also a couple of questionable Greyhawk spies in the city. There's also just vandals who do random stuff, and maybe it was just possibly that. You don't know.
Right.
But they would know. They would know that this boat is basically part of this Patrick's fleet.
Yes,
And
it
most
is.
most low-level vandals would stay away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, it does
Anyone
have the
doing this
official.
would know who they're crossing.
Yeah. Do you want to have a name for the boat?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a name for the boat? Figured I'd let you name it.
Let's call it Wave Crest.
Wave Crest. So yeah, it has the Wave Crest, the name in neat lettering painted on the side, and a bust of Enda Nobles, the founder of the city, kind of as its prow, and then the seal of the Despotrix.
The Maidenhead, right?
Yeah, Maidenhead. That's the term.
Do I know what circles my cousin Travis moves in? I mean, does he have like a social circle that he's usually found among, or maybe a location that he often visits?
There is a club, a social club of sorts, frequented by men. It's a little off by men of high station. It's called The Lounge. It doesn't have a lot of markings, but it's, you know where to find it. He might be there. It's a very...
It's possible, yes. Let's go, and while we're waiting for these repairs to be finished, let's go and pay a visit to the lounge. Mm-hmm. See what my fair cousin is up to these days.
All right.
I might be able to learn something by speaking with the people at the lounge.
Okay. Yeah, you head up, and it's on the second floor, and there's no marking on the external of the building. It's very, very quiet, discreet.
Discreet.
Yes. No marking on the outside, but you go through the door, and there's a guard on the door who takes a look at you, kind of recognizes you, takes a look at Greta, is like, just does not, steps aside, no questions.
Excellent. Yes, I'll just go ahead and give him the briefest nod of acknowledgement as I make my way in, as if I own the place.
Yeah.
I don't even pay attention to him. I just walk right by him.
All right.
as I duck into the.
Yeah.
Lean down under the lintel.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There are a few bodyguards kind of clustered around. The main room is this big kind of smoky. There's a bunch of chairs, and it's plush chairs. They bring in different things to smoke and drink, and there's a bunch of attendants dressed all in white, and there's also a cluster. The entire place is clustered with bodyguards. Everyone, and they're all kind of standing around, looking big and intimidating.
Bodyguards?
Yeah.
No one's skimping on personal protection around here.
No. But
So the bodyguards are in one place, but the main clientele is upstairs, correct?
no, the whole thing's upstairs. The bodyguards are kind of clustered around in a, like...
Around the outside edges.
Yeah, around the outside edges, this big ring of cushions. They're all just kind of...
I'm going to just sort of scan the room and see if there's anyone I recognize, particularly looking for anyone who might be one of my suitors.
Oh. Actually, there is one. He's a very nice young man. Comes from a powerful family. He stands up as soon as you come in. Oh, Lady Nibellos, I hadn't expected to see you here. He looks kind of almost embarrassed. Oh.
You seem a bit flustered.
You don't...
I didn't catch you at something, did I?
Well, no. It's just that you never come here. It's unexpected.
Well, it's true. It's not my normal... not the normal surroundings I choose, but I think it would be good for someone who's heir apparent to the Despotrix to become acquainted with such places, all places in the Gynarchy.
He kind of nods. Of course.
What's his name?
His name is Theron. He's of Viridian descent. One of a noble family that kind of lost its fortune in the whole turnover of breakup of the Great Kingdom.
Ah, okay. All right. So I say, and we are well met, Theron. How fares your family?
Oh, well, he kind of blushes. My sister is with child again, and...
Congratulations to her. Please convey my best wishes.
He nods. And perhaps... I was thinking, at the Chris ceremony, after their birth to Pelor, perhaps you could accompany. It would be. He's kind of stuttering. It's in many months, and it's assuming nothing goes wrong. But I would be expected to go as her uncle and as a child's uncle, and I thought perhaps you might accompany it to the Temple of Pelor for the perhaps. So I meant to ask more formally.
I'll go ahead and let him stop torturing himself, and I'll say, Theron, I would be honored to be a part of your family's dedication ceremony. I shall have it recorded in my schedule and plan for it.
And he smiles. Of course. Would you like to sit? We don't have many women here, but of course you're welcome. Please, a drink.
My thanks. We are unfortunately about business, but there is perhaps something you might be able to help me with.
You kind of.
I wonder if you might. And at this point, I'm going to ask about the mechanics that we're using.
Right.
Because I noticed that I have a playbook move called Gossip.
Yes, you do. Let me open
it says that when I seek insight about a person by spending time gossiping with those who know them, I get to make a roll. So I'm hoping that by maybe Engaging in a little bit of gossiping here with Theron, I might learn something more about my cousin Travis.
All right.
And his latest activities.
Okay. Go for it. Let me bring up the playbook move section. Let's see. Almy. Weaken the waves. Nope. You Phoenix. You have. Yes. Okay. And you
right,
give
so
me a string
roll
too.
2 dice and add my wit.
Yes, it's 2d6 plus wit.
6.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're hoping for 10 or better. And I remember Phoenix has decent wit, if I remember correctly.
That's definitely not 10 or better. Let's see. That's 5 plus my wit is 2 is 7.
Okay, 7 to 9 is a decent. It's a qualified success. So, you only get to ask one question from the figure a person out move. You do not get to and you get to. Yeah, you could re-roll it, or you could take the 7 to 9. If it's 6 or less, it's downbeat, and that's bad. 7 to 9 is...
Well, let me ask. If I take the re-roll, do I get to choose between the 2 rolls, or do I have to accept what the new one is?
No, you can take the higher of the 2.
Well, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and use that re-roll, because why not? If I've got it.
I mean, there might be trouble later on.
Sure, but what the heck?
All right, go for it.
So that's roll is 7 plus 8. So that was a 9, so no better, unfortunately. But
no, but it still is a mixed beat, so not a downbeat, so that's good. You get, on a downbeat, you may ask a question from the figure a person out move, which I have a list of them here. Oh. Someone else, you get another reroll. I'm presuming that's you, unless you want to give yourself a reroll. I don't know about giving yourself a reroll. But, so figure a person out. Let me, yes, so I had the list. So what are your feelings toward something? What do you hope for get from something? You can fill in, how could I get you to do something? What do you love the most? How would you feel if I did something? So, you can ask one of those questions. I'll be broad, in the
Okay, so in this context, if I'm asking one of these questions, am I asking Theron to tell me about Travis?
Yes.
Then? So
you
I'm
can get from dirt on him from Theron.
All right, let's see.
If you can think of another question that kind of in the same vein.
Your feelings toward what do you hope to get from? How could I get you to?
Yes.
What do you love most? How would you feel if I?
Yes, you could say, what does he love most? Or what do you think he helps to get from gaining that?
I guess probably just confirmation then of what I'm already suspecting, which is I'm going to ask if Theron believes that Travis is gosh, how do I put this?
Responsible.
It's in this context. Yeah, because of course I'm trying to figure out if he might be responsible for sabotaging my boat.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's some way I can fit that into this context.
Yeah. He kind of looks down and says, there's his... he's been tracking with... I don't know how to explain. A friend, I think, perhaps something more. Who?
A paramour?
Perhaps another man, but not unheard of. And he does have women, so I don't know. But there seemed to be this. He's been acting weird. I don't know, but I think perhaps that affected. Or it wasn't. It might be his idea, but I don't. I would suggest that it would be because of that. Does that make sense?
Do you think this friend of his is influencing him?
Almost certainly.
Do you know toward what end?
Well, he is the oldest son of the Gynarch. It is within history. I mean, since the gig, it's not directly tied, but it certainly wouldn't be unprecedented to.
It wouldn't be unprecedented. The Mad Archmage himself has been the only male despot of Hardby.
Yes.
And having been former Lord Mayor of Greyhawk, that would certainly benefit the oligarchs, I think.
Yes.
Or at least, I assume flatter them.
But I assume it was a play for power at some point.
I think that's always a fair assumption. Theron, if I might ask you to do me a favor,
yes.
And of course, I do not want for you to place yourself in any danger on my behalf, but if you might keep your ears open regarding any activities that Travis might be anything that might be perhaps placing my great aunt's reputation or my own in danger, would you be certain to let me know?
Roll a plus heart.
Okay.
So it's 2d6 and then plus heart.
That is 11.
Oh. So you gain what's called a string.
Okay.
It means that you have a banked favor of emotional that you can use later to do all sorts of things. Add +1 to a roll he makes. Probably won't make much roll. It's more interesting if you have strings on your fellow players that way. But add a +1 to a roll against them. Figure out what it takes to get. For an NPC, spending the string just means they agree. So you can simply spend it to make them agree to do something at a later date.
Okay.
But yeah, you gain a string.
All right.
It's more interesting if people get strings against you, which is a thing that can happen if various moves. And
okay.
You gain a string, and the other part of that move I was having you roll was, and they choose one. And he's gonna. It's either, if you get a 7 through 9, it's an either or. Either you get the string, or they choose how to react. And he's gonna promise something they think you want. So he's gonna agree to that. Of course. My lady, if I hear any news, please do be careful, though. If there really is a power struggle, women have been killed over promotion to the Gynarchy, and it wouldn't behoove you to be killed.
I appreciate your concern. Thank you, Theron. I will be careful, and I am certain Greta will ensure my continued safety.
And he kind of looks up, notices Greta, kind of swallows and said, well, I'm sure.
Of course, during this whole time, I'm scanning the crowd, just watching for anything.
Yeah. Do notice...
It seems pretty still here, but...
I would say you do notice that, someone is, you notice someone who is, has
taking more interest in sure.
Who doesn't seem to be, let me just check. He has a small red lapel pin with a black cross on it, with sort of. It's a symbol you don't usually you've never seen anything like that. and it seems unusual. But it could be anything. But he does seem to be taking you notice that he's kind of watching their conversation. They've kind of pulled a couple of chairs slightly to the side, outside of the main conversation, which is something about gambling. There's an argument over a dice game and some philosophical notes about when you should and shouldn't cheat at a dice game, and they're just some dumb conversation. And most of the men there are engaged in that. He's kind of off to the side a little bit toward the edge of their little circle, and you have a feeling he's like not listening in quite. They're speaking. I'm assuming you and Theron are speaking quietly, but he's definitely watching with interest in noting the fact that you came and talked to Theron here.
When I get a chance to subtly let him know or let her know, I will. Of what I've observed.
All right.
And I'll kind of keep it on him without keeping an eye, making it look obvious I'm keeping an eye.
All right. Espionage. All right. But yeah, you have a promise from Theron. You notes of his involvement. And this new friend, paramour, something, who seems to be of questionable influence. And yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll probably take our leave.
Yeah.
But once again, I thank Theron for his time and consideration, and I look forward to speaking with him again soon.
And he kind of gives you this dopey smile and turns a little red in the cheeks.
And with that, I'll go ahead and make my exit.
Greta rolls her eyes.
Yeah.
Man.
You do also get something mashed into your fist. Someone one of the half-orcs kind of gives you, bumps into you on your way out. Another one of the bodyguards, probably there with one of the other men, there's a handful of them, and he kind of pushes something into your hand.
In my hand? You said into my hand?
Yeah, into your hand, into Greta's hand.
Okay. I won't acknowledge it right then, but I'll look at it once I have cleared the room.
Okay. Yeah, once you guys get down, you notice it's a date and a time in about a week, and a listed a place, a small cafe, fairly nice, right on the river, a little bit outside town. Just they've got this nice outdoor tables. You've heard of it a couple times. You've never been, but it's fairly well known.
The individual that put this in my hand have any kind of insignia or markings that I could identify?
No. Well, he was wearing the livery that you would associate with the house of what is it? One of the minor offshoots of the Despotrix line, Norbella's family, probably a cousin, but he's a bodyguard to one of them, probably. You think?
Okay. Like I said, once we've cleared out and we're kind of off to ourselves, I'll bring up the guy with the flower cross emblem.
And so
he seemed to be taking interest in your conversation, and if he recognizes that, and then I'll show him the note that was passed to me, and this was handed me as we were getting ready to leave by a member of that clan.
A bodyguard of a member of the clan.
Bodyguard of that faction, yes.
And it does have a little heart doodled in the corner. So, But other than that, it's just a date and a time and a place.
Okay, so it's probably never mind. Then that's probably a personal thing. I'll just leave it at that.
You have a romantic assignation.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Orc and ogre. Oh,
I mean,
stranger things have happened. Okay.
Imagine your children. It would be powerful.
yeah. But yeah,
But
you
anyway.
guys. Yeah, you guys.
So, about the rose insignia guy and ask him if he's ever seen that one and why he might.
Roll a plus wit. It's a red shield with a black cross. Roll a plus wit.
Me or him?
Him.
said I-
Felix.
so-
Yeah, Phoenix. I mean, you could also roll a plus wit if you want.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rolling.
Yeah, you hear about Greta's telling you about
I
this
described
weird
it.
guy
Oh,
who was
okay.
looking over, trying to overhear your conversation a little bit with the
All right.
red and the black cross and.
Okay. Well, my roll along with my wit is 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
You.
I'm clueless.
It seems like a Scarlet. You've heard of the Scarlet Brotherhood. It seems like their insignia. You don't usually. You think it might be. It could be something else, but that is similar to what their insignia is. But
Do I know anything about them?
you know that they are a bunch of Suloi's extremists, and that they are bad news in terms of associating with questionable people. They tend to be a pain in everyone's side.
Now, question: with my background as an ex-slaver, would I have had dealings with them?
Oh, yes, you would know the
I
Scarlet
would have
Brotherhood.
recognized the sample.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, of course. I didn't think of that, but yes, you are. You would know the Scarlet Brotherhood. And as soon as you mention it, you're like, oh, them. They are.
Right. Yeah, it took my minute for my brain to catch up. Like, oh yeah, you're right. I do recognize it now.
Yeah. And you know that a couple years ago they gave Current Despotrix a little bit of trouble with this whole yeah, you know that they're generally a pain in everyone's side, and
We should definitely let the Despotrix know that there's a Scarlet Brotherhood operative in the city.
Yes. If she's not already aware, she must be made aware. This
Yes.
is an ill tiding.
Yes, I've had dealings with them in the past, and I've came out fairly unscathed. But yeah, it was not fun.
All right. In that case, I suppose we should probably make our way back to the
the Gynarch's Manor.
the Gynarch's Manor.
All right.
Phil migrate on all we've found so far.
And you notice that she is speaking as you come in to the main foyer. She is you get led to the audience room, request an audience, and you hear her speaking with someone, asking if they would consider a mutual defense pact with Greyhawk. From what you can gather, something about Greyhawk, some mutual defense, something about, a few other things.
Is this someone I recognize?
I would say you'd probably recognize what's his name? Reptile Mandel.
Ah, yes.
He's an upstart. There's not much to him. He's secondary attaché to the diplomatic party from Greyhawk. He's, you do recognize some of his voice. It's not just him, but he's kind of runs you the wrong way.
Yeah, my skin crawls as I realize who it is.
Yeah.
And well, I'll go ahead and make my presence known if he hasn't already noticed.
You guys are kind of waiting. The door's kind of ajar to the big audience chamber, and you guys are just outside it.
I see. All right. In that case, I'll probably just listen for a moment to hear what is being said.
He says, basically talking about how it would hugely benefit trade to have a force of Greyhawk of Marines up and down the Celatine River, and if they'd let them go through the area of Celatine more frequently, and if they were allowed, if they got better range, they would protect, would be in Hardby's best interest as well as Greyhawk's best interest to have extra security on the river, and Greyhawk could easily put together a fleet if they knew that Hardby would be receptive to if they knew they could get away with, that. Miss Patrick's, you can tell she's kind of playing coy. She doesn't want to say, just tell him to get out, but she keeps saying, we can patrol our own borders, and frankly, Greyhawk has its own considerations to worry about. And the judgment we have right now, where exchange information, the two, we have our own patrols. It's frankly working perfectly fine as of now. So,
yes, I'm sure that Greyhawk's interest in sending their Marines to us would have nothing to do with giving them greater access to Willy Bay and without having to pay taxes or any other fees to Hardby.
Yeah. But yeah, they're and he says something interesting, which is, it would be a shame if, for example, one fort were to be attacked and your people couldn't provide adequate support because you're stretched too thin. Highly consider.
All right, that has perked my ears up.
Now, granted, there's only so many towns along the Celatine, so, it could be any reasoning. But, yeah.
All right.
So, it could be just a coincidence.
I'm sure coincidence, yes. I'll go ahead and I'll wait and let Mandel finish his, his audience with the Despotrix, of course. But now I'm practically vibrating as I sit there listening.
Yeah. And he kind of leaves along with the ambassador. And you see the two of them walk out. He's quiet, and you notice he's standing a few steps behind, head bowed. Probably,
Mm-hmm. I'll just sort of watch him as he leaves.
All right.
And then. Okay.
So you.
And then go ahead and make my way into the Despotrix's audience if it's permissible.
Yes. She kind of gestures you forward and says, I'd heard you were going to make your way to one fort, I would imagine, or two fort, perhaps. I would have imagined already have been on the water by now.
We would have been had my ship not been sabotaged.
She kind of blinks. I can get another vessel very easily. Surely. I know you were attached to the Wavecrest, but there are other ships. we can have another one within the hour, I'm sure.
Perhaps that would be wisest, considering the situation. My ship is under repairs even now, but more
Resourceful?
importantly, we spoke with the girl who had been attacked, and I go ahead and present the seal to the Despotrix.
Yes, the messenger mentioned that it was the seal of the Magistrate of Two Forks. She's a bold woman. She's very strong-headed. I imagine she sent this to make this information seem more credible, or sent her agents with it.
It was sent with a message simply saying that there is trouble in one ford.
Yes, you had sent word. That's why I assumed you'd be there.
Given the discussion that, forgive me, I overheard you having with Mandel, I wonder if there might be some connection.
Perhaps. She frowns. He certainly is worth watching. He's slimy. Considers himself...
Yes.
He speaks out of turn a lot. He's not as he appears to be.
I have the same read of him, and I would not be so bold, of course, as to come out openly against him, but
no, of course not.
In the interests of the Gynarchy, I thought that Greta and I should go and investigate personally.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd assumed you had already gone.
Well, we shall be about immediately then. If Your Grace would have a ship made ready for us.
Yes, I think we can spare a ship.
Is it your desire that we should go alone and be discreet, or should we take a company of soldiers with us?
Oh, hardly a company of soldiers. That would... One Fork has a half-decent militia. I think, as long as things don't get out of hand, that... Well...
As you wish.
Take my seal, and she kind of presses it, and give this to the head of the Adelaide Zor. Give her...
Adelaide Zor.
Yes, she is the magistrate in One Fork. Give her this, and she'll have her militia at your beck and call. Strong women. A few men as well. Powerful. Easily can take on whatever needs to be taken on, I'm sure. Should there be trouble. Kind of glances at the door. Was there anything else? You'd sent everything else you said along with a messenger, other than the sabotage of the ship, which I agree is troubling.
Troubling, but at present, hopefully not connected to this. So it is a personal matter. I will see to it. In the meantime, we will be about your business.
All right.
One other just to make you aware of.
Oh, right.
A member of the Scarlet Brotherhood has been observed in the city.
The Scarlet Brotherhood, you said. Kind of frowns. That's a name I had hoped never to hear again. I'm sure you feel the same.
Yes. I've had dealings with them, and they were... While I came out fairly unscathed, like I said, no.
Yeah. Do not. Very well. We should hope there's no trouble.
He was hanging out at that location we were... I gave her the lounge.
And she gives it like a sniff. Hang out of men. A couple of your cousins tend to hang out there.
Yes. Travis, I understand, is a frequent visitor.
All of them. All the brothers are. But I haven't seen him in a few days. He usually keeps in touch, but he hasn't. It's been sporadic throughout the past few weeks.
An acquaintance, one of my suitors, as a matter of fact, did make mention that he has seen our cousin in the company of a new friend. Someone who appears to have some undue influence upon him.
Interesting.
I have no further details than that, but I thought it worthy of note.
Perhaps I'll ask him to come to family dinner. No man will directly ignore his mother if she asks nicely.
How delightful.
Go. Next.
Well then.
I'll have one of my sloops, the Blue River, the Blue Skeleton. It's ship, small sloop, usually my own personal one, but I hardly go anywhere. Take that, and the crew, and sail to Oneshot. And be careful.
Always. Again, I give a bow and take my leave.
All right. All right. So you are sailing up the river.
Yes.
Row our boat.
Yeah, gently up the stream. It is a sail. There is a sail. So.
Okay.
But yeah, you are going upriver, so you definitely probably need to row at some point.
Right, because we're going upstream.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm happy to be out on the water again and on a ship, even though it isn't my ship. Still, at least it's a ship. I
Nice
just enjoy feeling the wind in my hair and
Yeah.
taking in this air and so on.
Yeah. It is. About. Started breakfast and it was a couple hours. So I would say it's pushing late afternoon by the time you get to Oneshot. The wind, you get fairly favorable wind.
Excellent.
And you, what do you got? What's your plan? You know, the magistrate. You have a note with that saying she has a militia that will accompany you if needed.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Blue Skeleton coming into port will probably get at least some attention in itself. So I'll go ahead and make the, official appearance sort of thing. And if we are met by any of the militia or whoever, I'll just go ahead and immediately say, please take us to the magistrate.
You're met by the portmaster and 2 town guard, who note the ship and the official seal, and frown. Are you sent by the Despotrix, then?
Indeed, I come on her business.
Kind of look at each other. One of them kind of nods, and she kind of says, right this way, please.
Okay.
And your bodyguard kind of glances at Greta. Well, come. Kind of heads.
Seems you make an impression everywhere we go, Greta.
That's my job.
I should have you in my company more often. It seems to put people on a respectful footing.
Or at least makes them a little more wary.
Who should I may ask your name, my lady.
I am Phoenix Norbalos.
Phoenix as in... She kind of blinks. As in... most likely Despotrix when our beloved Dynarch dies, Phoenix?
The same.
She kind of nods. And, I hadn't expected someone so prominent to come to Oneshot. We're not much of a town. We don't have an accommodations. Is there a particular reason?
Hopefully accommodations will not be necessary, but we do come with some concern regarding events here. I am under the understanding that there has been some trouble afoot recently.
None that I know of. A boat full of, refugees, I think, recently came to port. They haven't been in any trouble. I wouldn't consider that. Please don't consider that as trouble. Hopefully
Are we speaking to the magistrate right now? Then?
The militia. She's kind of leading you across. And
okay.
Is kind of... she wants to know, too, because, it's her city.
Okay. Well, in that case, just in the interest of discretion, I'll probably just say then, Oh, well, that is good news. Hopefully, then things will continue to be peaceful. And the reason for my visit will be, or my visit then will be swift.
Kind of nods. Leads you up to a fairly the watch. It's kind of like a town hall, and then you kind of have the watch station. It's kind of built into the town hall. There's a handful of watch/militia members kind of patrolling. It's very small. It's not a big building, and there's what you consider to be a house attached, and you're guessing that's where the magistrate probably is. It's like a much smaller than Eddie, but the young militia woman, she leads you up and knocks on the door, opens it, and kind of gestures, please enter.
I'll go ahead and come in. Sort of take a quick accounting of the state of the place, sort of general wealth level.
It's small town. It is nice, well appointed, like gorgeously thick rugs. It's the furniture, it's well made stuff, elven carved, furniture.
Oh,
so
nice.
Fairly wealthy, but it is also very cramped and.
Sorry, Greta.
The ceilings are. The doorway is about 6'3". So you're gonna have to duck, but the ceilings are tall enough.
Once we enter the town hall proper, I'll probably move off to like the left side and sit down in a way that I can be comfortable without having to be stooped the whole time.
Yeah.
Back in the room that way,
Yeah. So what you get is a like a staircase, like a front. There's a door right in front of you that leads somewhere, and then a hallway. So when you step to the side, you see this door, very nice wooden door, kind of locked, and then a hallway that leads to what seems to be offices almost, and then there's a door to your left that kind of a double door that opens, and there's two guards kind of standing just outside in the hallway. And as soon as you come in, they kind of their immediate focus is on Greta. They're like, one of them is a half orc, the other human. Do we lose?
No, I'm having a little bit. That was a minor technical. I got it.
You got it. But yeah, and then these two nicer wooden doors to the left, kind of that the kind of, as soon as there's two guards posted, and as soon as Greta steps to the door, they are high alert, hands on the weapons. One of them is half pulled a sword, the other is kind of bringing up a crossbow with a bolt, like not quite pointed at you, but kind of holding it at, and the other one who's leading you kind of, no, it's a presenting, she kind of gestures to you, presenting Lady Phoenix Norbelos. As in Norbelos.
Yeah, and I kind of glance at the guards.
And they're looking at you, they're looking at Greta, and one of them says, "The sword."
Yes, as I sort of rest my hand pointedly on my bejeweled rapier.
Not your sword, her sword. Kind of glancing at Greta.
If you want to, I can peace-bound it if that will make you happy.
She kind of narrows her eyes, like trying to figure out if you're messing with her. Why do you carry such a blade?
It is my job.
And the one who kind of let you in, she's looking between you, looking between her. Is there something unusual about the sword? Kind of points. Those are slavers. That's a slaver's sword.
It was a former occupation, and yes, I deeply regret. I have reformed. I am no longer that, and I do seek to make reparations for my past misdeeds. But you can be well assured that what the sword looks like is not what I am anymore.
And the eyes narrow. The three of them kind of look at each other.
If Greta's word be not good enough, then the word of Norbalos perhaps will have to suffice.
And as soon as you say that, they kind of, the crossbow gets lowered, the sword goes back in the sheath, although none of them take their hands off their weapons. And, yes, of course, I was simply going to... She goes and she knocks on the door. And then you hear a voice, "What is it?" Magistrate, Lady Phoenix Norbelos is here on behalf of the Despotrix. And as soon as you say that, the door opens, and you see this very plain-faced lady, older woman, probably 50 at least, hair braided back in a, going gray, kind of severe looking, like she frowns a lot, and she just kind of looks. "I had not expected Lady Norbelos. Please, come in." She kind of gestures to an office with the desk and kind of gestures to a few chairs.
Just the office.
Just as a matter of formalities, I say, my great aunt, the Despotrix of Hardby, sends her greetings in my person.
She nods.
I am honored to come to your home.
She nods. Of course. Was there something, taxes or that was undue, or perhaps a trading vessel or one of our ships?
A small business, one perhaps best discussed in privacy.
She frowns, but kind of gestures, and the guards kind of close the door. Greta, which side of the door are you going to be on?
Basically, I want to position myself right outside the office.
Right outside the office.
Right outside the office, but, that way, that's the only way in other than any windows that's there.
Yeah. You position yourself outside the office with the other three militia members who kind of look hesitant.
Yeah. I would just sit there and at an attentive position.
All right. And they kind of stand guard as well, and you kind of have that understanding of, all right, we're just gonna not talk. Fine. But as soon as the door is closed, the magistrate Zor kind of comes to you and says, "All right. What brings you here? What matter?"
Magistrate Zor, I shall be to the point. We have received word from Tuford that some danger is coming here, if it has not already arrived.
I received word as well. I don't...
Hi there.
Oh, Kitty.
Kitty.
And yes, that's the name, Kitty.
Yeah.
My step. Yeah.
Oh.
Yay.
Oh. Okay.
It is, of course, the Despotrix's will that that all is kept safe and secure in the Gynarchy.
Of course.
And we have some reason to be concerned about one Ford's predicament.
I doubt we have a predicament other than a few ships from Greyhawk that have not deigned to leave, but what are you going to do? And a ship full of refugees, but...
Have you had any recent dealings with officials from Greyhawk?
Greyhawk, no. Not officially. They seem, the two ships, I believe they were moored nearby. I believe they have some officials on board, a number of armed men, but they assure me they're not sent by the oligarchy, and I can't exactly... I have no need of simply kicking out any men simply because they're happen to be from Greyhawk. You understand?
Of course. I do not mean to imply guilt by association. It is simply their presence that, in coinciding with this warning that we've received, did cause some raised eyebrows. And so we wish to make certain. These refugees, you say they are?
Yes.
What is it that they were fleeing?
It wasn't entirely clear, but a group of half-orcs, a ship full, from Greyhawk, they said. A few from the Great Kingdom, those who fell afoul of Drax, a few from the Theocracy who fell afoul of them, seemed to consider Hardby being a better option than, well, a lot of other places. This free city is grand, but it is not always the kindest, and they seem to think Hardby would be...
There are many of those who would not be so kind to their folk.
We've put them up in we have a few houses that had nobody there. Some of them have found work. No one particularly dangerous, and I certainly wouldn't consider them a threat.
Well, I have no desire to sully your hospitality by questioning them. But I do wonder. Have you spoken recently with the magistrate in Twoford? Perhaps.
We had a note come down saying...
That's right, you said.
It was a bit cryptic. Be wary of Greyhawk ships. They have ulterior motives. As if they don't always have ulterior motives. Men in Greyhawk.
That is what it is to deal with the oligarchs.
Yes. So, other than that, had also suggested to be on the lookout for fire, trouble. It was a bit garbled. But I take into consideration...
This is quite similar to the message we received, and every bit as cryptic. Perhaps then there is not much to be done at present, though I think perhaps if it is permissible to you and acceptable, perhaps my bodyguard Greta and I should remain in Oneford for the time being to keep our eyes open and perhaps aid in any investigations that might be necessary.
I would not deny that. There might not be any place. Of course, you're welcome to stay with me. I have one guest room that could be adapted for two if such were adequate.
I'm certain it'll be more than adequate. Thank you.
Kind of nods. You said a bodyguard?
Yes, Greta. She waits just outside. She is larger than most, perhaps, so her accommodations might take up more space, but I am willing to suffer some cramped quarters for a time being, out of necessity.
Of course. As best we can make for the heir of the Despotrix, you're most welcome.
My thanks.
Perhaps perhaps a banquet might be of order. A proper welcome feast.
Yes, I think that would be quite agreeable.
Tomorrow night. If that would be agreeable to you.
I look forward to it.
Here. And she kind of pulls a small bell, and a young maid kind of comes down and comes into the office, and she kind of explains that you and one other will be staying up in the Magistrate's Manor, a small guest room. And she kind of nods and heads off to prepare it. And you, but yeah, you have a day or two until the feast.
All right.
What's your plan?
Well, speaking with Greta, my thought is that perhaps, again, I do not wish to fall prey to simple prejudices, but it may behoove us to speak with some of these refugees and perhaps find out more about them. See if there are any among them who might be agent provocateurs undercover.
That's not unheard of.
And I wonder if perhaps they might be more open to speaking with you than myself, given my office.
I find a lot of people more nervous when I'm around trying to speak to me. But
I suppose that is inevitable.
yeah, you're intimidating in your own way because of your position. I'm intimidating physically. So it's a 50-50 there.
Point taken. There's not much chance that we're going to blend in with the local populace, so we may as well just revel in our peculiarity and see if we can attract a crowd of these folks, get them to talking.
I have a visit to the local tavern.
Yes, I should think so.
There is, in fact, a tavern in town.
Good. Well, then, let's make our way there forthwith.
All right. As you make your way, it's called the Blue Midnight, and it's getting late, and there's people are coming in. You can see a bunch of small fishing boats coming into the docks. Just people in work clothes coming, just streaming in. A lot of them going straight for the tavern. People coming in from agricultural fields outside of town. All of them looking to get drunk, and you can kind of pick out a number of them who look a little worse for wear. The clothing more typical for Rel Astra. A few who seem to very subconsciously like moving along toward the edge, keeping their backs to the wall. But yeah, you as soon as you come in, everyone at the local tavern kind of stops. There's like a lull of quiet, like complete silence for half a second, and then there's like a little bit of whispering going on, like everyone's talking in hushed voices as you make your way in. And you kind of see a half-orc with kind of a scar across her face comes, welcome to the tavern, and as soon as she sees Greta, she is... You notice she's almost unnaturally terrified of Greta. Sit. Would you like to sit? She kind of turns to Felix and is just like trying not to have a panic attack. Table. Would you like drink? Sorry.
Yes, please. Drink and some light fare would be appreciated. Thank you.
Kind of gives a nod and hurries away. You can hear a little bit of a argument as you sit. And yeah, you sit, and it's someone else who brings food out to you. A woman in her 30s, kind of, and she kind of says, "I'm sorry about her. She's new."
Of course. It's no trouble at all.
My lady, if I might, you're awfully fancy for coming to the tavern.
I hope my presence does not offend.
Oh, of course not. We wouldn't be much of a tavern if we didn't welcome folks in, but it is awfully unusual.
Understood. I am in town on official business, but in the meantime, as we are not presently required to attend to it, we thought we might take in some of the local drink and fare and enjoy the company of the good common folk.
She kind of gives a nod, and she brings you out a sort of some roasted vegetables and honey, like apple butter almost, and bread, and this pretty decent ale and some fish, like smoked fish to go with it. Of course. And you notice as you sit, the militia member from before, she kind of pulls a chair and says, might I sit?
Please, and I gesture.
All right.
By all means.
So, is there anything I should know about?
Lowering my voice, I don't know. Can I tell how much people are paying attention to us around our table?
You are getting a lot of looks, but people have kind of gone back to the fact that you're not going to do anything other than hang out and drink. So no one's, like gawking at you, but they're all like kind of glancing at you from the side, like, because, you're interesting.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I will say, one moment, and sort of looking about, and I say, do we have any musicians in the audience tonight? Perhaps someone could strike up a tune.
And a young man kind of stands, holds up a lute. Well, I've been practicing.
Well then, by all means, young man, please treat us to the fruits of your labors.
And he kind of looks around, and the innkeeper brings out like a little soapbox. It's the work from before, and the two women, they bring out it's a platform, about enough for someone to stand on, just a little bit of a stage. They bring it out and kind of push it up against the wall, and he starts playing a jaunty tune. Everyone, kind of gets distracted.
Okay, great. So using that as a little bit of cover noise, at least, to hopefully
and she kind of narrows her eyes
away from us.
That bad, huh?
I speak more quietly and I say, we've received some word that there may be trouble coming. We don't know of what nature, but it may require the vigilance of the militia.
Figured as much. Hence, I'm off duty here. Instead of, well, not get much else better to be doing, but I figured there was something.
Unfortunately, the nature of this danger has been left rather vague. All we know is we've received some small warning of its coming.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know how helpful that is, but if you can remain vigilant, you and your fellow soldiers.
We always do.
Have you noticed anything strange about the refugees that have come in?
Other than a lot of them kind of glanced over at the young woman behind the counter. She? I mean, most of them are just kind of regular folks, speak a little, and they have this thing about color.
A thing about color? What do you mean?
Well, there were 3 priests among them, and they always wear blue. And asked why, priests wear blue. As if that meant something. It's... I don't know.
That is strange. That doesn't spark any recognition to me. Am I familiar with any priesthoods that might always wear blue? Like
roll a plus
Osprey
wit
or something.
Roll a plus wit.
Wit.
Mm-hmm.
9.
It doesn't strike you as it does strike you that she never specified which deity, and that, but that most, a couple priesthoods always wore blue, but it would be a dedication to the god rather than clerics always wear blue. It seems a peculiarity of. It's a way of phrasing it that you're pretty sure is not just a directive of a god, but.
Okay. Huh. Well, that is strange.
Yes.
Perhaps some foreign custom that they bring with them?
Apparently from Relastra.
If I may, Matt, what has there been any activity from the Greyhawk ships? I mentioned that there was a excessive amount of armed men on them.
Yes. And she kind of gestures to where a bunch of the Greyhawk guys are. They come in here every night. They drink. They flirt. Some of them are kind of cute. It's a thing. Two of them are. It's a whole story. They don't even know it. They're idiots. But other than that, they come in. They drink. They're not unusual, other than they're staying. Apparently, they weren't told why they were staying. I've talked to a bunch of them under the guise of flirting, and also no one told them anything. The captain's being tight-lipped about it.
It would be wise to keep them under watch, should we say, because some of the warnings we have received have indicated that this possible threat might be related. It never actually stated it, but it said, some of the wording just kind of indicates that it might lead that way.
Of course, it would be Greyhawk. So there's kind of rolls her eyes. They're definitely not of the oligarchy. They're mercenaries. But they are being paid by. I got that out of them. They are being funded by the oligarchy. Under the table. Kind of deal.
Of course. Which makes them deniable assets if they should act.
Exactly.
That sounds about right. Not a term I'd use, but okay. So, they're not bad men, as they are.
Most mercenaries aren't bad in and of themselves. It's the person who funds them that's usually the bad one.
Well, whoever's funding these men are paying them to come in and drink here, which is not actually all that bad. It's our tavern keeper's certainly raking in money, and she's hired a few of the refugees. It's not a bad setup.
Well, if they're paying them to be here, they're obviously waiting for something, be it a signal or an event.
Right. But I doubt they're. If they were going to make a move on the town, they would have already done it. And at this point, half of them are. At least one member of my militia is. I don't want to say she's stupid. But I'm pretty sure she's pregnant, and there's a lot of interconnected. At this point, they're not gonna attack here if they. You know what I mean?
They're going native.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
And they were not discouraged from this. Their captain. I found out this too. Their captain is not discouraging them in any way from going native.
I wonder if perhaps they are merely getting people to lay down roots here that might be more loyal to or more accepting of an idea of a union with the domain of Greyhawk.
Well, that's a thought, but they seem to under the impression they're going to sail out at the end of the month, they said. That's what they heard. They're not thinking of laying down roots. I mean, they are because, well, they don't have anything better to do.
If their sole plan is to come in and have babies with the locals, that's a rather long-range plan. So I'm not as concerned about that.
I don't even think they're planning that. I think they're just horny, and she's always was careless. But that's neither here nor there. My point being that there's more bonds than that. There's, a lot of the more cautious ones are also shacking up. Not babies, but, flings and friendships, and they're people. I mean, a couple of them are decent. They're decent fellows. Tell stories, hang out.
All right. Well, if hopefully then nothing troublesome will come of them.
Maybe.
I suppose we should.
Yes, we should keep a little bit closer eye on some of their activities. See if anybody's like walking around someplace maybe that they shouldn't be, or etc. Like they're scoping out the place.
I think if you're looking for someone scoping out, it'd probably be the captain. Men?
Well, he seems to be the most knowledgeable about them. Do you know where we can find him?
He stays on the ship. Which is a little weird. Came into town, said he wanted to let his men have shore leave, and doesn't seem to intend on himself, but men got a stipend to go and be here, so they're here drinking it up, because what else you can do with stipend money?
Right.
Well, as long as he remains upon his ship, that is effectively territory of Greyhawk. It would not be meet for me to go barging onto his ship, cause a state incident.
I mean, you could ask nicely, right? Isn't that a thing?
That is a thing.
Yeah, you
certainly.
I'm not a diplomat.
No, you're absolutely right. We can always just ask.
Yeah. I mean, he'd be kind of stupid to turn you down. I mean, you're heir apparent, you got...
A diplomatic to check out the fleet of the Greyhawk. Ogliarch. Check out what one of their ships is like.
Well, it also might notice they're not officially oligarchy ships. I mean, the captain's...
True.
So, I don't know if that counts. They're merchant ships, as far as I can tell, except they don't have any cargo, or their cargo seems to be mercenaries who are not doing anything other than lying around. Surely that's... Yeah. I don't know. It's suspicious, but the men are...
Well, it would probably behoove us then to go and have some words with this captain, if he will have an audience with us.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some trouble I should be prepared for.
Of course, and it's most astute of you. I appreciate your concern. If I learn anything further, I will be certain to let you know.
That gives you a nod.
So in the meantime, perhaps we should take our leave, once, assuming we've partaken of some of the fare.
Yeah, I mean...
The drink and food and such.
Yeah,
Settle up.
Yeah, you guys have been, I mean, I'm assuming eating all of the,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Having our meal.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make sure to tip the musician as well, the young man who came to the please.
Yeah. He kind of sits up there and he starts playing a bunch of songs. And then, everyone kind of likes it. He's doing an okay job at it. And
Great.
He kind of blinks and he's like, milady, he kind of bows. Thank you, milady.
Thank you. I appreciate you treating us to your fine playing. And I go ahead and slip a gold piece into his hand.
And his eyes go wide. Like he's...
I say, for you and your family and your continued education in the use of your instruments.
He kind of nods. You got the feeling this kid has never seen a gold piece in his life. This is and he kind of takes it and... But yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just leave him with that.
Yeah.
And head out of the tavern.
All right. So yeah, you head out, and it's evening at this point. The sun is setting. It's fairly warm night, not cold.
Well, while his men are otherwise engaged, let's go and have a word with the captain, shall we? I don't know if you can hear that car horn that's going off in the background.
Nah, but it's all right.
Oh, good.
But yeah.
There we go. So it's car alarm going off. So perhaps we should go and have words with this captain.
Yeah.
Make our way to the dock or the harbor or wherever.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you make your way out to the dock. You got the blue celestine kind of sitting moored, and you notice the Greyhawk ship and a few other ships, small fishing boats, working vessels. Nothing, it's a small town. It's not. It has a dock, but it's not going to be much. There's a ford not too far from, hence the name Ford, so they get more foot traffic than boat traffic, but on the edge of town with the deeper part of the river, they do have a dock, and so you go up, and there's one of the human kind of wide set, darker skin, maybe Renee, you think, kind of standing, arms crossed, sword at the ready, at the bottom of the gangplank, which is, set down.
All right. So I'll go ahead and approach him. I'll say good evening to you. I would speak with your captain if he is available.
Ooh, and what would so gorgeous a lovely lady as yourself want with the captain?
I smile a little bit at the flattery. I say, I am Phoenix Norbelos.
Oh. Norbelos as in kin to the Despotrix herself.
Yes, she is my great aunt.
Beautiful and hybrid. A prize. Perhaps you would rather spend the night with me.
You are presumptuous.
Perhaps a bit. What else can I be?
You can be swift in asking your captain if he'll come and speak with me, or invite me aboard.
For a lady such as yourself, I think I can manage that. Gives you a wink, and he's up the ship. And the captain does come back. And you notice absolutely on the defensive.
All right.
And he comes down, Mr. Norbolis. I had not expected to see you here.
Good evening to you. I was hoping that you might have a moment or two to speak with me.
He kind of narrows his eyes. On what grounds?
I say merely wishing to make myself aware of you and your men's business here in One Fort.
We're a merchant ship.
Of course. It just seemed a rather large complement of mercenaries that you brought with you.
This is dangerous times.
Indeed they are.
There's always trouble, and I wouldn't trust the militia here to 3/4 of them women. I wouldn't trust them to, should something happen.
Indeed, should something happen. Is it, if I may be so bold as to inquire, is it your intent to leave upon the morrow, or or when is your departure planned?
5 days hence.
5 days.
Mercenaries they don't do well cooped up on boats.
Yes,
necessary for protection, but, and this is a good town as any to let them exercise a bit.
Understandable. Mercenaries are a rambunctious group by nature. Not quite the same degree of discipline as, say, a militia, but understandable.
And what business do you have? Surely the heir apparent has better things to do than randomly visiting small towns on goodwill tours.
No. Perhaps, but taking a survey of the Gynarch's lands is part of my duties, and I think it good practice to visit the people, become acquainted with those that we govern.
Hmm.
Time to time.
Well, perhaps you should go back to that then. I do wish you a good evening. He kind of gives
Yes.
you a nod.
Good evening, Captain.
He's definitely hiding something.
Yeah, yes, he is. He definitely got that.
I won't even make you roll for it. You know he's got something. Then he's.
Yeah. So, in that case, as we depart, I will say to Greta, I say, we must definitely keep an eye on these mercenaries. He's planning something.
My suspicions exactly.
So, in that case, I think, unless Greta has any other ideas, I suppose retiring eventually to the magistrate's quarters that she's prepared for us,
Mm-hmm.
and getting some rest. I can't think of anything else we need to do tonight.
I think we've accomplished just about everything.
All right. On the next morning, you get a note delivered, signed Marla, and it's signed. We have several night guards spotted trouble on Safeton side of the border. Perhaps related?
Perhaps.
And yeah, so you get a little note that says that, and
All right.
delivered to you with breakfast.
Okay. So I mention it to Greta, and I say, let's be quick on our sup, breaking our fast. It would seem that something is amiss across the river.
Okay.
So, yeah, quickly eat, and then probably, I guess, head out to see if I can find militia in that direction.
Yeah, as you head out, you notice that the ford that gives the town its name, there's a lot more militia than you would expect. Like 8 or 9 women and then 2 guys just kind of, so like 10, maybe 11, milling around, keeping an eye on things.
All right. So I'll see if there's any officers among them.
You notice one woman with a little bit of a star pinned, and she's wearing decent armor, chainmail. The rest are in leather.
Okay, then I'll go to her.
Kind of turns. I'd heard you were in town, Lady
Indeed.
Norbellos. I presume.
Greetings. Yes. I say, I understand there may be some trouble afoot.
Perhaps. Come with me. Kind of leads you.
Okay.
And tells you, hey, keep an eye on everyone on the ford. I want a full list.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta
Okay.
take care of something.
All right.
Okay. Do we want to take a brief bio break?
Yes, I think that might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right then.
Like a 15-minute break.
Sounds good.
All right. Everyone who's watching, we'll see you guys in 15 minutes. 4:30. Back. All right. Should I leave the mics hot or?
You can if you want to. I'm just going to mute myself.
All right. Just do that. Nope, not this one.
I'm here. I had a minor family situation to take care of, so have a got some mental issues, and he was having a little bit of an episode, so I had to go settle it. Yeah, I told you I'm in a meeting. After my meeting, I was going to take care of it. I told you that beforehand, but he sometimes has the mentality of a 10-year-old where he wants it now.
Understandable, yeah.
So, anyway, I'm back. We're good. Got the kitty cat snoozing next to me, so.
We are back live. Everyone can see you. So, hello everyone. Let's see if... Let me check one thing real quick. Not many viewers, but that's okay. I don't worry too much about that. But yeah, you guys are... Oh, I can hear the purring. We're going... for those just coming in, we are our two intrepid heroes. Phoenix, heir to the Despotrix of Hardby, and Greta Godplate, ex-slaver and ogre, half-ogre bodyguard, are in a town called Oneshot, up on the Celadon River, because apparently word had come down from a town a little farther along the river that there was something bad was going to happen. And in fact, they had two very interesting things, which was a ship full of refugees and a ship full of Greyhawk mercenaries from Greyhawk who were not associated with the city oligarchs, they were quick to point out, who are just kind of sitting there for an extended leave, weirdly. They're not really doing anything. The captain is definitely hiding something, did not seem too pleased to see Phoenix. And you just got a note from the town militia saying, we got orcs, or something. There's a problem on the other side of the Safeton side of the river. And you have found a captain of the militia who is... kind of comes and looks Greta over, looks at you, and is she with you?
She is my bodyguard.
Huh. Well, alright then. Come with me then.
If you're sword, I have reformed. I am no longer associated with that, and I am doing my best to make amends for my past transgressions.
Uh-huh. Yeah, some of the refugees are... well, anyway. But...
I will try to replace it at my earliest convenience. I just haven't had a chance to yet.
I mean, sword is sword, and it would be foolish to replace it just because of the symbolism, although... well, come with me. Kind of lead you up to the top of... The militia has this small tower. It's not much. It's a watchtower next to the ford. They have a few lookout pieces, and kind of leads you to the top, and kind of points. See that? There's a whole camp of orcs. And as you look, you can see there are indeed a camp of orcs. You wouldn't expect that. They're kind of far off, farther outside the Safeton, where the Safeton militia would reasonably be expected to patrol, but close enough to be concerning, like right on the edge of, you know.
Did they build their camp just last night?
Well, from what I can tell, yeah.
My understanding is that they are a nocturnal people.
Yes, so I've heard.
This does not bode well. No. Has any envoy been sent to treat with them, or...
Treat with, no. We've just been kind of waiting here.
Then perhaps... I'm looking at Greta and I said, then perhaps that falls to us.
It's not unheard of to have half-orcs, so I'm sure they're not entirely without thought. But are you sure that's a good idea?
Well, whether it's a good idea or not, it seems to be necessary. And
Any others observe with them, or is it all just orcs?
I mean, there are a handful of half-orcs but no ogres or giants or human soldiers or...
It just looks like a traveling band of orcs maybe passing by.
I would think that. However, the way they're positioned suggests...
there.
Strategy. Almost.
Are they close to that main travel path right there?
Not so close as they would be considered close, but not far away enough to be... That's the positioning. They're just at that...
Edge of safety, but not quite at the edge of safety.
Exactly. Which is... speaks to
Greta,
something.
do you spy any siege equipment or any means of making war?
They have... They are armed to the teeth. And they do look, like, that they are a war party preparing for attack. But they don't have any siege equipment.
Okay.
And...
A small town like this really needs siege equipment because there is no walls for them to try to
Exactly.
siege.
It's not a walled city. What you have is the ford, at least not on this side of the river. There's the river, the ford, this militia tower, and
villages like this are easily susceptible to fire, etc.
Yes, that would be a concern. But they do, the safe town, they do have guards on the safe town side of things, who, there's the guard on the safe town side of things who should be able to do something about it, but they're not necessarily, for whatever reason, are not doing anything. And then you've got the militia here, and then whoever, would be scrounged up, it would be it doesn't look particularly, like, they're not a huge band of orcs. It's not a war party. Or rather, it is a war party, but it's not a...
It's not a full siege party. War party.
It's a couple hundred at most. Certainly devastating for a village this size, but not...
Are they flying any banners or any identifying marks?
Yes.
Do I recognize them, or does Greta recognize them, perhaps? I can't help but wonder, Greta. Immediately, the Pomage comes to mind.
They do have they are flying a white skull on a black background.
Is that a heraldry that either of us recognize?
I'd say, yeah, it does look, how close is to Hardby? Yeah, you would actually recognize it as, Orcs of the Pormage.
That's what I feared.
Good call.
Then I think we can safely assume they do not mean well.
No.
Do they appear to have sentries posted, or like, are there any signs of any kind of scouting party that's come up this way? Or is they just set up camp and that's all that they've seen?
It's mostly, it is mostly just set up camp, honestly. Yeah. And they also have, there's a few banners to the black with the skull, and there's a few banners with a broken sword. And
It does seem strange to me that they have set up camp where we could see them, clearly meaning to send us some kind of a message, because otherwise why wouldn't they have just raided in the night?
Six being silly in chat again. Kind of frowns. I'm not sure they know we can see them.
All right.
Well, I mean, they probably figure we can, but my guess is they're waiting on something. They got a couple.
What are your thoughts, Greta?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm addressing this to Phoenix there.
Mm-hmm.
What if, and this is my plots within plots within plots thinking here, what if somehow these are a distraction from the other threat in town?
You think that perhaps the mercenaries might be working in concert?
Not that they are, but the money is. The people that hired the mercenaries have hired the orcs to come to this area to cause a ruckus to distract everybody from.
True. It's a good point. Perhaps we should go and check in with them.
Let's turn to the city guard. Keep an eye on them. Let us know if there's any changes. You know, if like their scouting parties come up or any along those lines, or they appear to make ready to break camp and start marching this way or something like that, let us know.
Yes, I imagine the sounding of a horn or something similar might get our attention wherever we might be in town.
Right. I'm sure some type of warning device to let people in the militia in town know that there's something going on. They need to roster. So, sound the alarm, as they say.
Oh, what sort of alarm? Just a general all alarm now?
No. If the orcs make any kind of movement, other than if they break camp and move away, don't worry about it. If they
start coming toward us, we should make an alert.
Sound the horns.
I mean, that was kind of the plan anyway, but the fact that they're not seems... I've never known orcs to have any kind of patience or strategy.
It is unnerving.
But, like I said, the orcs may be a distraction from something else. So keep us apprised of any changes.
All right.
Yeah, and so on that note, I think we're probably going to head back into town.
All right. You guys head down, and you're greeted by the same militiaman you saw before, who kind of gives you a nod.
What is her rank in the militia?
She's...
is she like a lieutenant or a sergeant or...
a sergeant, I would say. Yeah, so not a full officer, but...
Gotcha.
It's got a little bit of rancor.
You know what? Before we go, I'll say, what is your name, soldier?
Marla.
Marla.
Lady.
Very well, Sergeant Marla.
I thought...
As you were.
You got the note then.
Indeed.
Kind of gives a nod.
All right, so we'll go ahead and...
We're with Sergeant Marla, right? The one we've been talking to?
Yeah, she's been kind of on and off asking you all, like, well, what's this? What's the deal? Like, what threats?
Okay. Has there been any movement from our friends at the docks?
Oh. I've been here. The captain called us in to check on kind of gestures across the river. So far, no trouble. No. A few of them are already getting drunk at the tavern, but...
Okay.
Usual drunk,
Because in the back of my mind, something tells me that that's the way they're acting, the orcs.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
everybody, or else, based on the notes and innuendo and stuff we've gotten previously, like I mentioned in our earlier meeting, that might be what they're waiting on. You know, they've been waiting and waiting and waiting. That might be what they're waiting on.
I'd like to think that even oligarch soldiers wouldn't wait on orcs. Although
the oligarchs are slimier than a bucket of eels.
Yeah. Although they had been ordered to cut their drinking at noon.
Strange, don't you think?
Yeah, apparently there's some sort of banquet. Oh, the banquet for you, lady.
Yes.
That's tonight. I mean, I don't
That is tonight.
think any of them... I think the captain might be invited. A few nobles from Safe Town. The captain, I kind of blushes a little. Anyway, a handful of... a couple of the sergeants, no one of any particular consequence. Well, not on your level of consequence. The most notable people in town from here and from the other side of the river, Safeton side.
Yes.
But
Well, shall we be about it then? Where should we look? Should we look at the tavern or the docks or?
what do you guys gonna do?
Well, we know what they're doing in town. They're going to drink until noontime.
Until noon, right?
But I say, let's go visit the ship to just make sure everything's ready. Use that as our, just like, we're checking up on the ship, make sure everything's good on our ship.
Right.
Your ship.
Yeah.
The blue
Oh,
shell
yeah. Good idea.
And but we're there, of course, as scouting theirs.
Good idea. Let's do that.
And
Yeah, we'll head back to the Blue Sail and Tan then.
Okay.
right.
You head back.
Maybe turn in for an early lunch and then watch them, the ones that are in the tavern, see how they. Hey, guys, come on, it's time to go, etc.
Yeah. You notice something interesting. So you guys head back to the docks, and your own crew are, mostly. You have a small crew. It's crew of 5. Small sloop. They're all, up on deck. As they kind of scramble up when they see you and give a little bit of bow.
All right.
But yeah, the ship is solid, well maintained. Nothing bad's happened.
All right. So yeah. So as we come aboard, after inquiring as to the current status of things, I just say, be aware we have orcs on the horizon. We may require action soon.
We'll arm ourselves. What sort of lady? Is there any other orcs on the horizon? Orcs.
They've made a camp outside of town on the Safeton side of the river. We do not yet know their intentions. I think it's safe to assume that they're a raiding party, but thus far they have elected to wait before attacking.
I see.
My suspicion is that our friends from the city of Greyhawk may be involved in some way. So keep an eye on that ship, and I point out the Greyhawk ship. The mercenary captain.
Right.
Merchant captain.
They are kind of gestures, dressed peculiarly.
How so?
Look at the way they've got clothes on under their clothes.
Really?
Does it look bulkier than the normal clothes would be?
Not bulkier as in necessarily armor. Like, they all wear armor. It's like they have some sort of extra layer of cloth under there, too. Like, they're not trying to conceal the fact they're wearing armor. But they seem to have all of them a lot of them are wearing jackets and overcoats and weird. It's kind of late in the Growfest. There's not much, it's not cold.
Strangely bundled for
Yeah.
this weather.
But yeah,
Presumably hidden colors that they need to put on once action begins.
you could gather that much.
We were told that apparently the mercenaries were told to stop drinking by noon.
Do you want us to follow the same stricture?
I would say have all militia on call and have them stop any illicit type, not necessarily illicit, but any drinking, etc. Yes.
Yes.
Shoot it down.
Have the same. All right, the girls aren't going to like that.
I would suggest tell the militia, any other your militia, to stop any drinking right now, and to be ready.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I don't think any of the girls were going to get drunk tonight, given the risk, but...
Of course. Just understand that, yes, immediate action could be called at any moment, so
yeah.
we'll need everyone at high alert.
Yeah. And the word is spread, and you notice an increased number of militia members who weren't on call are wearing their colors kind of and armed and generally kind of on alert.
A suggestion. Extra militia guarding the banquet.
There was already going to be anyhow.
How many were planned?
15, a squad of us.
A squad? Okay. And how many is total in the militia, just for reference?
90. 6 squads of 15. Usually only 60 are on any given
right.
time, with 30 in reserve in case trouble. And we rotate off who gets reserve, depending on...
Right, understand. Okay. That should suffice with have the reserve, like I said, keep the reserves on high alert.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we should go and speak with the magistrate to make sure she is fully appraised of the situation.
I agree.
If action is to be taken against the captain and his crew, then I would prefer to have her blessing on it.
They haven't done anything to warrant action, but we want to be prepared for action.
Exactly.
All right.
So with that, yes, we'll probably go ahead and leave the ship and head to the magistrate's office.
Yeah. The magistrate has the barracks. There's a barracks attached to and a training ground attached to the house, which holds her office, and then through there, like a couple other administrative offices, and then on the second floor is personal living quarters, and that's where you're staying. And the back part of the house part has been cleared out, and a big table's been set, and it's a whole, they're setting up for a banquet as best they can.
Right.
They don't have a banquet hall in town, but it's got, high despotrics, they're gonna make the best, they're gonna make something cool happen.
Ironic that my coming here, my presence here, almost seems to be the primary distraction from the danger at hand.
Maybe not.
I wonder if perhaps I've been manipulated into coming here for this very purpose.
Maybe.
Well.
Another thing, my mind thinking of plots within plots again. How did the magistrate of Two Forks come about her intel?
From what you gather, you honestly don't know.
I know we don't know. That's just my mind thinking
Um,
out loud. What? How could she get notified? But yet they don't.
Uh,
Because
All
Most
I know
likely,
is that. Oh, sorry.
well, also the mercenary ships would have had to come through. Oh, we lost our audio. We did lose your audio.
Mine or
No, Dennis's.
you don't hear me.
I can
Well,
hear
now we can hear you, but
Oh,
oh no, it's not because it's because I'm looking at the thing and you're. Never mind. That's because I'm looking at the Twitch thing and it's behind, so you look like you're talking and I can't hear you, and I'm thinking. But that was when you were talking about the earlier part. Okay.
right.
All right. This is taking a look at the Twitch stream.
So in other words, to get from Greyhawk to 1 Ford, they would have pass through 2 Ford.
Yes.
To get there.
Yes.
That's
Gotcha.
probably where, and given that they've been, given that they've been,
Greyhawk. So I'm not fully versed in Greyhawk lore and map and stuff. So
yes, to go from Greyhawk to Hardby Oneshot, you would have to go, it would go, you would take the, down from Greyhawk, the whole Skeleton River, you would hit 2 Ford. That's about at the edge of where, the Hardby territory starts, or at least, when Hardby was unique from Greyhawk, that's where their territory started, and,
Our northwestern border, basically.
yes. And then you would continue down the river to 1 Ford, and then you would keep going down the river to the widening of the Orcs Landing, Servants Tower, Orcs Landing, and then Hardby proper, and there's other villages and towns along the edge of the bay that kind of widens out to a river delta. A few, a little bit down the river from 1 Ford.
So yes, the captain would have come down the Celantan from Greyhawk through 2 Ford.
Exactly.
However, also, again, the Despotric said that she trusted the magistrate at 2 Ford.
Yes.
So
That's
I'm hesitant to believe that that she was misleading us.
perhaps not.
Yes, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Yeah. Do we lose?
It looks like you might have had to step away for a second.
All right, that's fair. Actually, so what's your plan after you go down to the docks? You talk to your people, then you talk to the local militia again, and
Yeah, I think our plan was next to go and speak with the magistrate Adelaide Zord, make sure that she was fully appraised of the situation.
yep,
Gosh, and also just to voice our suspicions about the captain, the merchant captain,
yeah,
specifically regarding the fact that it looks like they're preparing
Orcs.
for something.
yeah. And you notice that she's kind of head on kicking around, overseeing the banquet.
Right.
And she kind of gives a little nod. Milady, you are back.
Yes, magistrate. It appears that events are fast moving. We have orcs encamped on the far side of the river.
I've heard. Apparently they weren't making a move, though. Well, of course.
No, they seem to be waiting for something.
Well, we'll keep our militia, of course, alert, as always.
Of course. Furthermore, I must speak with you regarding my suspicions concerning the captain, the ship captain from Greyhawk.
Yes,
He of the mercenaries.
Yes. Is there something new? I mean, he's of suspicion given everything, but did you have some new piece of proof?
My crew reports some suspicious behavior on their part. Apparently, they have been seen wearing garb heavier than necessary for the weather, and there is some suspicion that they might be perhaps hiding some disguise or colors for revelation at a key moment. It is admittedly a theory, a suspicion
That
at
is
this point.
troubling. And I've heard reports from my militia that they've been not as drunk as they would be normally by this time of day.
Yes, their mercenaries have been instructed specifically to stop drinking at noon, so I believe they may be preparing for something.
Well, whatever preparations they're making.
Unfortunately, it seems as though we may just have to wait for them to make the first move, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of the situation in all its detail.
Yes, I've been appraised. However, I do wish that you've come to the city at all. I do wish to throw you a proper banquet, and it would be remiss of me not to, and I think a good show of that we're not afraid. We're not playing the mind games. We're going to continue, and a state visit from such a close representative of the Greyhawk requires a feast be thrown.
Understood, and I appreciate your reasoning. Just, if that is your decision, I will honor it, and be aware that, again, Hardby, the Gynarchy stands with you, and if arms should be required in defense of the city, defense of the town will be required, then Greta and I are at your service.
Oh, well, hopefully it won't come to that, although it might, given the orcs.
Indeed. But you know your people best, and so I trust your command.
Yes.
Over them.
Right. Okay. So, do you have anything else you want to do this afternoon, other than? Not
really.
Prepare?
I mean, it's given the circumstances, it's very tense, and it's kind of like I think Phoenix feels not awkward, but just very anxious. It's very strange to be preparing for this banquet while there are orcs camped outside. So
yeah, it is.
I think she's mostly just sort of like out of sorts and just almost like at a loss of what to do with herself.
Yeah,
without any obvious course forward yet.
Yeah.
I'll just be double checking, make sure my sword is sharp and ready to go if needed.
You do get a small note, scrawled, delivered about an hour before you go to the banquet. It just says, "Please forgive me for the tavern tonight."
That's interesting. No identifying information.
No, just a small note and grubby handwriting. Someone who very clearly does not have, someone who learned to write maybe, but doesn't, write often as part of their work. Someone who,
right?
Yeah, common folk who maybe write 2 or 3 letters a year, kind of writing.
For the tavern tonight. Okay, now I'm really concerned. Something's going to befall the tavern.
Perhaps.
Greta, we must watch the tavern. I can't think of anything for it. But while I am at the banquet, I think it will be necessary that you watch the tavern, should anything befall it.
I feel like I would be remiss in my duties if I was away from you, though. But I
understand, but given the circumstances,
I see your reasoning. I will act like I'm just patrolling the outside, patrolling the town as part of the watch for the festivities and such. I think that would work.
Indeed, very good.
All right.
Because the tavern's from the magistrate's place, right?
The tavern's what?
Tavern's not too far from the magistrate's place, right?
It's fairly far. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a small town. You can't really be that far, but it's it's on the other.
Let's walk.
Yeah,
Greta. On a personal note, I know that you have faced much suspicion and accusations regarding your shadowed past, but I think it important that I admit also that to my own suspicions regarding yourself, but thus far I have seen nothing but honorable service on your part, and your desire to make amends for whatever deeds you may have committed in the past is not lost on me. So, for what it is worth, I am glad that you are here with me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And with that, I will make myself ready for the banquet.
Okay. Yeah, you doll up, and you head down, and it's, banquet starts about 20 minutes after sundown. It's as nice as you can make a improv banquet hall. There's a couple of musicians. The table's kind of laid out with a beautiful, a lot of different fish dishes, and one gorgeous roast deer that someone's managed to catch, all prepped, you do notice that the merchant captain is not there.
Yeah. A noteworthy absence.
There's the magistrate, her husband and consort. They have 2 grown children who are in attendance. The captain of militia, her she has someone on her arm, one of the soldiers who doesn't seem to have much rank, and then 4 of the sergeants. 2 sergeants are on duty, keeping tabs on everything, while 4 of them are at the banquet, along with the mayor of Crossford, the small town on the Safeton side of things, and 2 attendant, and his wife. So that's 4. A party of 6, but a party of 6 from Safeton side, plus the 4 of the magistrate and her immediate family makes 10, plus you makes 11, and then the 4 captains makes 15.
All right.
So.
Well, as per Magistrate Zor's wishes, I will maintain a formal appearance, behavior, and just act as though everything is normal, and this is just a state dinner, basically.
Yeah, and then, there's also, one more guest. The local priest of Osprey has also, representing local clergy, has come, and there's a blessing offered, and
excellent.
You're put at, you're at the right side, and there actually is a spot left for Greta.
All right.
But, so there's a spot next to you where Greta would be, and then, I think, then you put next to her is the mayor of Safeton, and then the magistrate at the head, of course you're at the right side of the head as honored guest. On the other side, her family and a few others from Safeton, and then the captain of the militia at the other side of the table. And,
All right. Well, I'll make sure to keep Greta's seat saved for her, but
okay.
I won't necessarily say anything about it unless someone very specifically asks.
Yeah. The mayor from Safeton wants to know what was the occasion for such a state dinner visit. Surely it's not every day the heir apparent comes to a small town like Oneford.
It is not, but it is fitting that someone who is being groomed to assume leadership once the despotrix is no longer able to rule, that I should go about the countryside and make myself familiar with it.
I suppose. So a state tour then?
Yes, even so.
Usually there's more notice for such things. It seems rather
And
sudden.
my apologies for that. It was rather abrupt, I do agree. But in the future, I do hope to roam the countryside more frequently.
And I should
Just in in keeping touch with our various magistrates.
And I assume that you intend, if and when, I do not wish the Despotrics any ill, far from it, but you do intend to keep the borders open?
That is our intention, yes. Yes, we always are welcome to trade and good relations with our neighbors.
Mm. And the rumors of cozying up to Greyhawk are rumors?
Exaggerated, to be certain. While we maintain pleasantries and a peaceful relationship with Greyhawk for the sake of free trade and the prosperity of the people, we do not at present have any plans for a merger or any greater alliance than that.
Well, perhaps it was exaggerated. We had several contingents from Greyhawk fairly recently.
Indeed.
Merchants.
That is intriguing to hear.
But they had suggested that there was almost imminent in the near future that Greyhawk or Hardby would yield to Greyhawk. They seemed certain of it.
Well, if these are the wishes of the oligarchs of Greyhawk, it is news to me. But I cannot speak to their motivations or their desires for future arrangements. All I can say is that for the time being, the Despotrix is still the Gynarch of Hardby, and plans to remain so.
And you, as Gynarch of Hardby, would continue that policy?
That is my intention, indeed.
Good. The oligarchs are... well, best not to speak ill of them.
Of course, they are our neighbors, and we do wish to maintain peace with them. Of course, the oligarchs are primarily interested in the profit of their city, and that is understandable. And likewise, we must be interested in the integrity of Hardby. We have a proud tradition to maintain.
Indeed.
It is my wish that we have reached nearly, somewhat close to 900 years of our history. It is my wish that we shall continue to be the Gynarchy as we are now in 1,000 years' time.
True. Although, it's not to say that the Gynarchy was never under the thumb of the oligarchs.
This is true, and those are times to which I would prefer not to return. Let the past lie, as it were.
Very fair.
We, of course, honor the past rulership of Zegagiragurna as a point of honor, but also as a historical curiosity.
Yes. And there are rumors, you intend...
Please, by all means.
No, it is simply said that there are some in Hardby that would prefer a return to a more direct line of succession. That is to say, mother to daughter, and if no daughters, then to son.
I understand. Yes. If such sentiment exists, it is not prominent enough for it to have reached our ears. But ultimately, the decision lies in the hands of the Despotrix herself.
Of course.
And I will, whatever her decision, I will honor it.
But of course. A toast to the Despotrix health.
To the Despotrix health.
And continued relations between Safeton and Hardby.
Here. May it be ever so.
But I was going to say, meanwhile, Greta, you noticed that while the missionaries have been stopped drinking at noon, or ordered to, a lot of them seem to be at the tavern.
They ordered to stop drinking, but not recalled back to the ship, per se.
No, they're actually kind of hanging out at the tavern. A lot of them.
A lot more than would be normally for, per se, shore leave.
Yeah, well, they've been on shore leave for weeks.
Right, but usually you try to keep...
At least some on the ship. Yeah, it
Right.
seems an awful lot.
It's more than I've seen at the tavern in the past.
Yeah, and one of the militia members kind of points it out to you. Kind of comes. Do you think it's any? You might think. Forgive me. You are working with Lady Norbellos, yes? You're her
Yes,
bodyguard. I think it might be worth noting that the tavern has more of the sailors than normal.
Yes, I kind of got that impression when I glanced in there earlier.
Including a few who had avoided it. There are men there who had come occasionally but very seldom partake. Men on the ship who, for whatever reason, did not feel compelled to spend shore leave in a tavern. Some of them are there. Whatever that might mean.
And do we have eyes on the ship?
A few of my squad is there. We're split. Our sergeant is at the banquet.
I understand. Is there any? Has there been any other? The ship's basically look empty now.
I hadn't gotten a report, but it doesn't seem to be any. I mean, the captain doesn't seem to be there here in the tavern, so I presume he's. Well, he wasn't invited to the banquet. I know that.
Right. Yeah, I didn't get his name on the guest list. I did glance at the guest list before I departed.
It's interesting. He was offered and declined.
Let's just keep an eye on things here.
Yes, of course.
Keep a your regular presence on the docks. Keeping an eye on the
Yes.
Greyhawk ship.
But we do have a few of us. We got called up back, and Marla said that you were the one to report to.
We got a couple eyes on a couple situations. I have a feeling the orcs were a distraction, and that this lot here is the main issue we should keep an eye on.
I suppose.
But I don't want to pull anybody from the fore but I want to, keep an eye on things.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so you got heading down to the docks. You do get they do send a messenger saying that the captain has not left the ship, the merchant captain from Greyhawk, and
Right.
that the merchant captain from Greyhawk is the ship seems almost completely empty, a skeleton crew at most.
Basically, a standard ship's crew now.
Yes, but there's usually a few more people on board the ship than there are now. It's not even a skeleton crew. Like, it could not be sailed with.
It couldn't sail within the next hour per se.
Probably not, given the number of people on board. Like 3 or 4 guards just to keep an eye on things. Not enough to actually sail it, which.
Okay. Now I'll kind of like mosey my way back over towards the tavern area. I'll make a circuit in the city. I'll swing by, double check everything over the magistrate center, and then back over to the.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of make that circuit.
Alright.
Checking on things.
You do notice that the orcs seem to be standing, waiting. Rather, you get a rundown from whoever's on guard at the top of the tower. It's like, the orcs are not... I don't know. They're not marching toward here. They're just waiting. They're definitely standing. I don't know if we should tell the captain.
Keep an eye on things. Keep me informed. Any changes, let me know ASAP.
Yes,
and,
as soon as possible, right? Yes.
Yes.
As soon as, yes. We have a messenger ready to run, but I thought I should tell you that.
Understand. Very good. Keep an eye on things and let me know as soon as anything.
Kind of got nods, and you can see she's got the crossbow waiting and ready. And then back up to the top of the tower.
Everybody keep prepared.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you... it seems fairly quiet until you hear screaming.
From where?
Tavern.
Take off and run to the tavern.
Yeah. You notice that the entire all of the mercenaries are evacuating. Like neat ordered rows. They don't seem to be panicking as like you can kind of see that they're trying. Given they definitely kind of are calmer than you'd expect them to be if they were in a building that caught fire. This isn't an army. These are mercenaries. They probably wouldn't. They seem a lot less panicky than you'd expect. From and half of the tavern, the large chunks of the tavern is on fire. In such a way that it's very quick and very sudden and almost, you want to say not deliberate, but quite possibly, at least some. And you can
thought set.
Yes, and you notice that almost the entire the militia are running around. They're getting a bucket chain organized almost entirely with a setup.
Stop one who's just running around.
Yeah.
Go let the captain and lieutenants know ASAP.
Yes, of course. And she goes running for the captain and the other sergeants in the Guidance Manor, and so kind of dinner's winding down at this point, and there's everyone's passing around like liqueur, and there's sweets being handed out, and you see a kind of a hushed, like a small whisper. One of the guards. There's been several members of the militia kind of in the room keeping an eye on things. One of the other ones comes in, another militia member, you can see by your uniform, kind of tells them that. He comes and alerts the captain quietly. She gives a nod, some quiet order, and is out of there. Or they're out, she stays. But she does send one of the sergeants to go and help organize something.
And what I'm doing is I'm letting the militia handle the fire.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the mercenaries. Where are they headed?
They seem to be kind of headed toward the river.
They're headed towards the river.
Yes. Toward the ford, rather, the forded part of the river. Not the docks at the kind of...
Right, they're not headed back towards the ship.
No, they're headed along the river in the other direction.
They appear to be marching, correct?
Marching's a little, not quite the right word, but they definitely have some intention and, they're not full-on marching, but they're definitely, it's not organized in such a way, but it's definitely, they're definitely going in a specific direction, organized.
Well, I'm definitely following them. If I can catch another one, another of this militia, I was like, send word to the fort that the Greyhawkers mercenaries appear to be heading their way.
As you say that, you run into. Oh, I was just gonna tell you the Orcs are coming. They're crossing the ford. No one's stopping them on the Safeton side. I don't think they're marching toward the ford.
All right.
Wait, we'll fire.
The tavern's on fire.
The militiamen.
The militiamen at the town are taking care of that, but we need to keep in this situation. The Orcs and the Greyhawkers there's something going on here. The fire's another distraction. We need to keep an eye on this situation.
Right. I'll tell my sergeant. She's up with the. And and you notice that there's another sergeant.
We give the second brief. The Orcs and the Greyhawkers are marching towards the ford.
So who are you telling this to?
If I can catch another militia person, go to the captain and magistrates that did, and give him that message.
Oh, can I not? I can do that. The bucket. Yeah, I'll pass them as soon as I get this bucket loaded. But yeah, now the militia are mostly formed. At least 60 of them are formed into a bucket chain.
Right.
From the local well to the tavern. One of them does run up and toward presumably tell the captain. And so you see the second militia, the first one comes out, one of the sergeants leaves. The second one comes in and quickly speaks something to the captain, who kind of clears her throat and says, I am sorry to do this to all of you, but apparently we have a bit of trouble. I hope you excuse my early departure. And kind of gets the rest of the sergeants, and they all go. So,
was that happening at the banquet, or is that...
Yeah, the banquet. The captain and the sergeants who are at the banquet are, quick speech, they're out of here.
Okay. At that point, I'm probably going to look very pointedly at the magistrate.
Who kind of frowns and says, I think we should adjourn the dinner for tonight, given the circumstances. I kind of looks at you, gives him like a nod.
I heartily concur.
Yes. So, and the mayor of Safeton kind of says, I understand. I will, we'll see ourselves out. And he kind of gathers up his people, and is something wrong? Are one of his people are like, did something happen? Is there trouble?
And again, I'm looking at the magistrate basically to sort of take her bead on how she wants to handle this.
I have not been informed as such, but given my captain, I think there might be trouble. And anything that requires my captain, I most certainly will want to know about and manage.
Glancing at the mayor of Safeton, I will say, it may behoove you to remove yourselves to the magistrate's hall for the time being until whatever this trouble is resolved. I wouldn't want you and your family to be in danger.
He kind of nods. We could, and the magistrate kind of nods. Yes. Why don't you come and sit? You might stay just to make until our captain tells us it's safe to send you across. Why don't you come and spend some time in the barracks? And kind of leads them. Then everyone seems. One of her daughters is belting on a sword and pulling on militia colors and running out to. Already gone. Everyone's kind of. The entire militia already left. The Safeton people are being kind of shepherded toward the barracks or the more fort part of the complex to kind of
Excellent.
And
out of character, I want them safe people kept an eye on, but
yeah,
that's out of character.
My thought was similar. I wanted to make sure that they were I wanted to make sure that the people who were in charge were in a safe place, and B, that we had an eye on them.
That too. Yeah.
Because we don't know who's involved exactly.
Yeah. Although there's
no defense from Safeton to block the orcs, that's an issue.
It is.
Yeah.
They're in on it.
Maybe, maybe not. But yes.
Or somebody's in on it.
Definitely somebody on the Safeton side has dropped the ball. And probably there's some intention there. But right now, you've got Orcs on the ford, and
the ford, and we got Greyhawkers marching towards the ford.
Yes. And you also have the most of the militia running a bucket chain to keep the inn from catching fire, or the tavern from catching fire.
And the rest of the militia is stuck between guarding the magistrate in that place or the ford. And there's not enough on the ford to take care of everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, and at this point, Phoenix is pretty ignorant as to what exactly is going on outside, so she's going to want to both... I know she wants to coordinate with the magistrate to make sure that,
Yeah.
she's taking care of stuff, but also she wants to find out what's going on.
Yeah. You do have someone from the militia is... Milady, you should probably not be out and about, given the circumstance.
Fill us in. What's happening?
Well, the fire. There was a fire. Most of us are... I was on the bucket chain. We might have a problem with the orcs. I think... can you fight?
I can,
and
I
are
will.
You willing to put your life in danger? That might be an important question. Having leaders on the battlefield is always a double-edged sword.
I serve the people of Hardby. You have my sword.
Okay. Well...
This fire, how great is it?
Well, we seem to have it mostly under control.
Good. We will need the militia removed from the fire to be placed in such a place as they can defend against the orcs. If necessary, perhaps the magistrate would be so kind as to organize civilians to continue the bucket chain.
That
to put out the fire.
Might be doable. I know exactly who to... She kind of runs off, and she goes to speak to one of the magistrate's sons, who kind of nods and speaks to his mother. They're cooking up something. And are you going out into the meantime while
Yes.
they're setting that out?
Yeah, I'm heading out.
All right.
Armor resplendent, my jeweled rapier at the ready.
Yeah, you guys got it, yeah.
And probably just going to head down to the ford toward where the orcs are coming. So
yeah, you do notice as you head down there, a lot of the militia. You see, it's kind of you can see a bunch of civilians coming in, switching off. You see the magistrate's son is kind of organizing them to come in, switch out. So everyone's, they're running. And there, as you see that, you also notice that the mercenaries have shed their outer layers.
Mm-hmm.
They're wearing Greyhawk colors. Oligarchy colors. Specifically.
So they intend to come riding to the rescue, I assume.
That seems to be the play.
Making a show of their defense of the Gynarchy, while the Gynarch's people are helpless before the orcs.
Yes.
Yeah, I should have figured. Well, in that case, it's even more important that I make sure that I make a big appearance down on the front lines.
Okay.
Good thing I brought my Julie sword.
Yeah, you're very, very noticeable. You come...
And as I go, I'm keeping an eye open for Greta if she happens to be around anywhere.
I'm sure you're around there somewhere.
Ford. I'm at the front lines.
All right.
Excellent.
Yeah, as you can see, archers. You can see there's a few archers up on the top, picking off as many orcs as possible. And yeah, so you're running across.
Yeah.
Can't miss me.
No, can't miss you.
Excellent.
Okay. This is where we're going to get a little bit mechanical. There's a move called Defy Disaster.
All right. Yes, I see it.
Yes. You could that or a regular old fight would be. What are you gonna try to do? Some grand gesture to keep.
I need to do a grand gesture because at this point, if I just join the fight, that in itself might not be enough to distract from the idea that, hey, Greyhawk is here and they're going to save us.
Yes.
So I need to I need to steal the spotlight and make a big show of saying, like the Despotrix is here, people of Hardby, follow me, let us fight and defend ourselves.
Yes. All right, grand speech. So what
Yeah.
What attribute and why?
Let's see. As much as I would like to apply my wit, because that's my strongest suit, I think, given the circumstances, I'm going to have to apply my. Let's see. Let's go with daring because it's equal to grace. So basically, a big show of courage. Putting myself right out in the front of everybody, drawing my sword, raising it, and saying, "For Hardby, follow me." And lead a charge against the orcs.
Okay. Lead the charge. Roll 2d6.
Okay, come on, dice.
And I'm right there with him.
All
7,
right.
8. I got 8.
Action here.
There you go.
Or help action.
Yeah, so you got, that's a mixed beat. So, you do manage to get a good number of the militia coming behind you. Hardby colors, they're all running to the defense of their home, and also orcs, this is dangerous.
Yeah. Homage orcs. Oh, jeez.
Yes.
It's going to get messy.
Yeah, this is a taste of what's to come. There is a plan. But they are, kind of, so that does go very well. And then, unfortunately, the leader of the Greyhawk is also giving a speech. And he does give a speech. And you notice something interesting as he gives his speech about, we are Greyhawk. We are going to defend the people of the Flaness from any danger. And we happen to be here. We're going to save them. He makes this big speech. The others, they seem vaguely uninterested. Like, they're not Oorah Greyhawk. They're wearing Greyhawk colors, but they don't seem particularly riled up. Like, they're ready to fight orcs because that's what they do, and they're mercenaries. They're orcs here. They're gonna fight, obviously, but it's more of a let's get this battle started, not let's defend Hardby from, the Greyhawk, the people of the Flaness from this evil. Let's fight some orcs. More like
they're just spoiling to get into a brawl and start spilling some blood.
Exactly. So dueling speeches, but
I'm not making a speech, but I'm leading my courage. I'm doing roll a daring. I got a total of a 12.
Okay.
Nice.
So you
Heck yeah.
You grab the head, the orc, and just heave him up. Right up, and you just throw him. Right back across into the river. And
this huge towering figure already just doing this is going to be a definite attention getter.
Yeah, and just throwing back, and that's when the orcs start to panic. And they're going to start coming in. And they don't know, they can't retreat. But they're spilling around. The head is you notice that the head orc he seems to be none of the Greyhawk guys are going for him specifically. They're going for the other orcs. What that means, you're not sure, but he's kind of, after being thrown, is kind of staying in the middle and trying to stay more toward the Greyhawk side as everyone's fighting, and you're all fighting. This guy, he's trying to stay more toward the Greyhawk side of things.
I'm focused.
You're focused on him.
Focused on.
Okay.
Yes.
So you make a big grand gesture.
For Hardby.
Okay. You guys are going to end up locked in single combat, because none of the Greyhawk guys are going anywhere near him.
That's fine.
All right. He's going to roll... it says the DM shouldn't... I'm going to roll for him. He's going to roll an attack against you. But fail miserably. So... Yeah, he got a...
I just... My 2 is a 13 this time.
So
you got what?
A total of 13.
Oh!
Yes!
Okay, yeah, so he rolls miserably. You roll well. Hang on. I think there's actually mechanical. So you're going with fight, I'm guessing. Let's see. Fight is...
Seek to incapacitate someone with violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
Just FYI.
Nice.
Okay. So you get to choose 3 consequences. You get to inflict a condition, create an opportunity for an ally through prowess or distraction. You could take an object or seize a superior position. Or you could gain a string on him. You could kind of mess with his head if you want. I'm guessing you're not going to flirt, but you could mess with his head. So you get to pick 3 of them.
Always an option.
Yeah, you could try. You get 3. You can get 3 of them, and they get 1 from you. So it's kind of a give and take. Usually,
Right.
If it were lower, you'd get 2. If it were less, you'd get none. But at this point, you get 3. He gets 1 on you.
Saying you're being beaten by a girl, and then get a string.
Okay, so you get a string on the orc leader. He gets...
Okay.
Alright, he gets a condition, I'm guessing. And if you apply enough conditions, he will fall. And so you can either take something from him, or navigate him to a superior position, or you could create an opportunity, offer a bonus to something.
Well, like I said, I wanted to take a sword. Yeah, that way he's unarmed.
Okay.
And I was going to basically taunt him, kind of, sort of tell him he's being beat by a girl.
Right.
Give him a condition being coward by
Coward.
me.
There you go. I was expecting a physical condition, but afraid works too.
Yeah.
Frightened. So
Break his morale.
Oh, that gives him a -2 to the roll. That's a way to do it.
Nice.
Yeah. And he's gonna apply a condition for you. So you can take hobbled, which means you can either take the first of the physical conditions and just take the physical blow, or you can duck it but have a mental condition. Do you want to?
Let's go for it. I'll take the I'll take the blow.
Okay, so you are now hobbled, which gives you, and these are cumulative. So you get the first one. You have to roll plus daring instead of plus grace. You can't roll for dexterity vibes because
I don't have any grace anyway.
That's fair. But also the opponents get a +1 whenever they roll against you.
Okay.
All right, roll. I'm guessing you're gonna do another fight.
Yep.
All right.
I want to take him out of the combat and break the will of the band.
Okay, he got a 10. So, what'd you get?
Ooh.
I got a 4 and a 5 plus my 2 for daring is an 11.
Okay, so he takes.
That was scary.
He can take another. Oh no, he gets a -2. Hang on. 7. Dang it. Hang on. He got a -2, so he only gets a 9 because he's freaked out and nervous, and so he gets.
So not to interrupt the flow, but I have a mechanical question.
Sure.
If he gets 9
Yes.
and Greta got, what was it, 11?
Yes. I would apply both.
Does Greta cancel out? You apply both.
Yeah, that was my theory.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was applying both.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, that's how I've decided I was going to do it. Yeah, is we're just going to apply both. So it would be like turn-based. He'd get an attack, and then she'd get,
Right,
it would go back and forth, but we're kind of doing simultaneously rolling for the attack.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I like it.
Yeah, this is the first time running combat with this. So, like an intensive combat. So, he only gets to apply, let's see, he gets to apply, 2. So he's gonna, kind of shove you, to the side so that you're fully on the safe town side of the river. He's gonna keep pushing you a little bit, tackle you down. And he's also going to inflict another condition. Which one do you want to take?
I'll take the mental one this time.
Which one?
The one that gives me the mental minus the mental.
So you could do angry, frightened, guilty, hopeless, or insecure.
Oh, I'm angry.
Okay, then you're taking angry. All right, so you're going to be angry, which gives you a -2 to...
Shove me, I'm angry.
Yeah, so you now have a -2 to actually trying to figure out what his deal is, which might come into play later, but he's... So that's him. He takes those 2 and you get... but he takes 1 in return, and he's going to take... you get to inflict 1 on him as a... I'm
inflicting another condition on him.
Yeah, so he's got 2 conditions, and then you get to, because you got a 13, so you get to also get 3, and he...
Well, no, it was 11 this time. It was only an 11.
Only an 11, still more than 10.
Right.
So you can inflict a condition, and also do get another string, create a distraction for an ally.
I'm trying... You know what? How about I inspire my crew with my actions? Inspire my reactions.
All right. I'll allow that as a move for the ally. So he has...
Yeah.
Okay, conditions. So you got 2 conditions so far, and he inflicted 2, and he is going to inflict a 3rd as but he also gets 1 from, and then 1 from, and 3. So yeah, he has 4 conditions, you have 3, and he is...
He's not looking good.
Oh no, he's not looking good. And, what are you doing, Phoenix, while all of this is going on? Are you going to try to pick an orc out to fight with? Are you going to try and figure out what...
I've been basically trying to rally the militia.
Okay.
Also, one of the things I was thinking is, again, to sort of draw attention away from Greyhawk stealing any valor here.
Yeah.
I noticed, as you mentioned before, that the mercenaries were not as interested in the patriotic side. They're just more interested in getting into the fight.
Yeah.
Are there any women among the mercenaries?
No.
No, they're all men? Okay.
All men.
All right, so that is that. In that case, I guess just trying to lead them, and also if I happen to notice that Greta is getting isolated from the rest of the forces, if I can move the fight in her direction so that she doesn't get completely cut off, I want to try and do that.
Yeah, you want to try... Okay, so that would be a... either Defy Disaster or...
Let's see. Yeah, it sounds like Defy Disaster.
Yeah.
Because I don't want Greta to get killed.
It's not a full-on fight move. It's a Defy Disaster. Yeah, it's kind of the catch-all move for when shit hits
Okay,
the fan.
so in this case, if I can, then I think I want to use my wit, cleverness or knowledge.
Yeah.
Basically, just drawing on my knowledge of tactics to see if
Yeah.
I can, ways in which to move the fight in her direction, so I can bring the militia toward her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will roll with my wit.
Okay.
6 plus 2 is 8.
8.
Is my
Okay.
result.
Mixed success. So yeah, you do manage to get you are up to your knees in water. Because this is how this works. You have to get you can get you're starting to get a bunch of kind of create an arc. The Hardby force is kind of rolling up along the edge of the ford to kind of roll up and flank the orcs. But yeah, you are though at a disadvantage if in a complicated position if something should go wrong. And you do have an orc.
That's fine. Yeah.
Who is kind eyeing you out. One of them notices that you are very, very shiny target.
I am.
So that's going to be probably going to go for you specifically.
Okay, then I have no choice but to face him then.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to roll it.
Should I roll on a fight move then?
Yes, roll a fight. He rolled a 7, so he's got...
yes! Oh,
good.
Yeah. Let's see, am I rolling a daring or grace? So yeah,
you can
in this case, I'll roll my grace.
Yeah.
I got an 11 on the dice, so 12 total.
Oh, snipe. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, that's... yeah, you are... so he gets... oh. Yeah. I believe you.
I don't know if it's even showing up.
You can't get the dice to show up with the backgrounds, but yeah, you.
The Zoom backgrounds, yeah. Oh well.
That's okay. But yeah. Yes, you get a. So he also gets a move on you though, so you're also gonna start getting hurt. So Greta, I'm writing down all who's getting hurt.
Sure.
Random orc and Phoenix. Okay, so he's gonna get the move on you first. He gets to pick 2, so he's gonna take. He's gonna inflict a condition. You can either take one of the emotional ones, or you can just take the physical penalty.
I'll take the physical penalty.
All right, you're hobbled, so you have to roll plus daring. You can't use plus grace because you're slowed down by that, and he is gonna. What is he gonna try to do? He's gonna. What is his options? He's gonna set up. Kind of push you further back into the river. So now you're up to your waist in water.
Oh, jeez.
But he also gets a condition. You can inflict one on him, either a physical or mental, depending on. You can inflict a condition on him in return. Or you can also, if you don't want to inflict a condition on him, you can also gain a string, like mess with his head. To gain a string, you can create an opportunity for someone else, an ally, or take an object from him in return.
Let's see. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Create an opportunity for an ally.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and create an opportunity for an ally. If somehow this can make an opening for Greta to start moving back toward our main forces, or if I can direct our forces in the middle of this fight, say, go, get, don't let Greta stand alone.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'll do that then.
Yeah, she's got, you see a couple, 2 of the militia members who are kind of split off, coming around you to around the Orc leader on your other side.
All right.
So that is good for Greta. Now you rolled a 12, you said?
Yes.
So you get to inflict 3 on him.
All right.
So you get the physical conditions. So he doesn't have a condition because you didn't inflict. But you can inflict a condition as part of that. Or
Yeah. I'll go ahead and inflict a physical condition on him.
Okay, so
then
he's
to sort
hobbled.
of make it so he's not fighting as well.
complicates.
Yeah. So score a good hit on him, and then
Oh,
I got.
he also
I get
has
one more?
minus. Yes, you get another. Yeah, you get another from. So you can force him into a worse position. Take something.
Okay, let's try and force him into a worse position. If he's pushing me out further into the water,
Are you going to pull
I
him
want
back?
to basically like grab him, and if I can like partially climb up on him or push him down in the water,
You can
I'm
shove.
gonna try and do that.
Yeah, you
I'll just
absolutely
sort
can
of
shove as
him
part
down
of the
into water if I can.
as part of the deal. You can shove him down as well, so that you have a little higher ground and he's down on the water.
Yeah,
right.
Stick him down in the muck if I can.
All right, Greta.
Yep.
The orc leader, you see the two militia members from Hardby running toward you. The orc leader is panicking. He's focused on you. So he's gonna roll to fight, and I'm guessing you do the same. Ooh, hang on. And he is. Hang on. Because he has a -1 against you, so that's a. And you have a -1. No, he has a +1 against you. He has a -1 and a +1. So they even out. They even out, which means.
Well, I thought he had a -2 to his fight.
Oh, he does have a -2 to his fight on top of the minus that also comes out. Okay, so yeah, which means it's a downbeat. Dang it, yes, he does have that as well. Yeah, no, that's a 6. Okay, yep, that's a downbeat. So he doesn't get anything on you.
Rolled. I got 7 plus 2 is 9 total.
That's a mixed beat. So you can do, you get to pick 2 inflicted condition, and also, I mean, you also don't have to. You get to, take, create an opportunity for allies. You can.
I'm gonna grab him.
Okay.
And basically put his back towards the militiamen coming my way, so they can get basically a easy attack on him.
Oh, yeah, I would
Nice.
give them a +2, and you and inflicted condition as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I want him to be, totally, basically, for lack of a better term, shitting his pants.
I mean, let me check something with the militia. Yeah, that's a 10 on the dice for them, and they're right, and they plus whatever you got bonus because he's back, and he has 1 condition away from. He doesn't have a full suite of conditions, and he's already taken 5. So yeah, he, which is. What were you saying?
I didn't. Other than I support some militia, so that's it. That's the last thing I said.
Oh, never mind. I'm watching the. I'm screwing up the thing again. I'm watching the relay, so it can't. It seems like you're talking when you're not. But yeah, because he's so close to being conditioned, and they rolled really well, and you gave him a bonus because he's back to you. You watch them jam 2 swords, and he goes down.
Excellent. Yeah.
And as
Hardby.
Hardby!
as you do that, you are fighting. In the meantime, you see most of the orcs are getting obliterated between the Hardby Marines who are, not the Marines, the militia. Definitely not Hardby Marines. The One Ford militia members who are decent in a fight, and actually having a bunch of mercenaries in Greyhawk uniform, they're actually helping with the fighting the orcs. It's not hurting the case. You're pretty good. Although you, Felix, you're still stuck in the middle of the lake with this one orc, or in the middle of the ford. You've kind of pulled him down so he's not on. You're both kind of at a really near point in the water. You're a little shorter than he is, so you have a bit of a disadvantage in that. But you've managed to get a little higher up, and he's a little farther down, so more on even ground. And he is going to try and fight. And I'm guessing you're going to try and fight as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So. Ooh,
All right. Let's see.
that is
Do I speak Orc? Do I know Orcish enough to?
Yeah. What do you want to say to them?
Okay, basically, well, as he's going down, before I just let him drop into the water, I want to, like, rip off his, because he probably had some type of insignia showing he's the biggest and baddest or whatever. I want to rip that off his uniform and say, "Your leader's dead." You know, basically.
Yeah. He has a skull with and it's got flames painted on it, and it's like a full-on human skull that he just wears around his neck. You hold that up. It is very obvious to all of them. Make a... what's a good one for this? I'm going to say just a basic plus spirit.
Plus spirit.
Yeah, just a basic...
That is a 7.
Okay, so the orcs do notice, and it just makes them they do notice, and it does demoralize some of them, but a lot of them are just angrier. So,
well, we fight on then.
We fight on. All right.
All right. Let's see if I can finally take this guy out. I have to roll on my daring. Now I can't use grace because I'm hobbled.
That's what it does.
8. 9.
9.
My total.
Okay, so he got a +2 against you, so or a +1 against you because of you're being cobbled. But you also got a +1, so you get a 10. Wait, you get a +1 against him because he's taking a condition.
Oh right, that's true. Yeah.
So that's a full
10.
Success.
Yes.
Which means you get 3 of the. Let's see. Yeah, you can inflict 3 conditions.
Sweet. Okay.
Or you can inflict 1 condition and 2 other.
Do I have to choose all different things that I do, or can it be like the same?
It's
three
kind
times?
of.
Like give him.
I think you. I'm pretty sure you do. We're gonna consult the main rulebook on this because that is a.
Yeah. I'm cool whichever way, but I'm just curious.
I kind of have been reading it as, but I don't know if it's specifically rules as written. That is a good question because that is probably the biggest way to draw out combat is that.
Yeah, as I could see how if you got a really good roll and you could basically just take all their conditions they have remaining and just finish them off right then.
Exactly. With 3 and a lot of the 24. Yeah, fight. Okay, so we gotta fight. I read the. Yes, I know it's. My audio quality is going to go down because it doesn't. You may not pick the same option more than once for a single fight move.
That's fine. All right. Well, I'm definitely going to inflict 1 condition on them. Stab them as best I can while I have them down.
Okay.
I want to. Let's see. I would like to remain in my superior position, so above water and on top of them.
You can go back up and get better purchase on the ford. So you're fully above water, and he's still kind of floundering.
That would be great. Yeah. So, moving back toward more solid ground, leaving him in the water.
Yeah.
And then, let's see. Let's do something different this time. Let's try and provoke him to gain a string on him. So,
okay.
I'll just taunt him with, You're outnumbered. You have no chance. You're going to die here in the water.
Okay. It's not like that. He's gonna inflict another condition on you. So you can take one of the emotional, or you can just take the second level of physical.
I'd better take an emotional.
All right.
I've already taken the physical, and I don't want to get too much worse.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. take one of those, and then you get, and he's gonna also jump up onto the ford as part of his second one. But you get to get a second on him. You get one back on him, so you can inflict a third condition if you want.
Okay. In that case, it's gonna have to be creating an opportunity.
Oh,
I think.
You could inflict a condition, or you could create an opportunity instead.
I can inflict a condition.
Yeah, you can inflict a condition on him
I'll go ahead and do that then. I'll just again take another desperate blow at him as he's getting out of the water.
Yeah. That's him. He only, he's not a fighter, so 3 conditions and he's out.
Excellent.
So you kind of knife him, and he kind of looks at you, and you kind of pull your sword back, and it kind of sparkles in the light, and the joust is starting. That's probably a good thing. We should. Yeah. This was supposed to end at 6, but we have this big epic finale. I lucked out with the timing, but yeah, you managed to pull it out, and a lot of the Greyhawk guys, the militia, the mercenaries, are just kind of like they're, the Hardby militia rallied, and you have all of them at this point fighting, their captain, and they're all rallying to you. The Safeton, as soon as the orcs start running. Now here's the thing: as soon as they get back onto the Safeton side, the Safeton militia, there are a few guards there who do start shooting crossbow bolts. That was part of their deal. Is as soon as they go back to safe their crossbows, so they start getting shot at. And the they're basically just a bunch of dead orcs and random mercenaries who are not sure. But you figured out what the deal was, and there's a couple of militia members. None of them are dead. A couple who are really badly hurt, and it is kind of salt in the wound that the Greyhawk, the Greyhawk oligarchy did send troops. It's kind of annoying, but you very clearly proved, given that the way the fight went down, you can't frame it as the Greyhawk jumped in to fight the orcs while the Hardby militia was doing something else.
Right, I definitely want to, as things are, as we're getting to near the end of the fight, and I see that that's happening. First of all, I would like to get to Greta and make sure she's okay. But then also I want to ask her for her aid in either hoisting me up onto something or, just getting everyone's attention so that we can, again, give one more rallying cry of "Women of Hardby, we defended our own. We are victorious."
And they cheer.
Everybody's attention, holding up my trophy.
Yeah.
Trying to get attention.
And as you say that, even the few men in the militia are cheering. They're putting you. They know you are the future guy. Basically, you're going to be this Patrix. They are cheering you on. And the mercenaries that fought beside us, I'll also nod to them, and say, "Friends, we are victorious. We stand together." Yeah, and they're all kind of like, a lot of them are. Now that they've seen that you're giving the speech, they're more interested. A lot of them are looting the bodies, but a couple of them kind of nod.
And that's fine. I'm not going to stop them.
Yeah.
But I do want to, again, just sort of get that.
Them. And they kind of acknowledge. And the guy says, one of the mercenaries does come up and is like, "Listen, the false flag thing, it was last minute. We didn't know before today that we were going to do this. We just said, pretend to dress up in the Greyhawk colors. There was this morning. And we had orders, and,
Before I respond, answer me this, if you will, GM. You said I incurred an emotional
yes.
condition?
Which one?
Which one is it?
You get to pick.
Oh, I get to pick?
Yes.
Okay.
If you can justify it.
Yeah, because this is going to affect how I respond. Either angry or... Gosh.
You could go for battered instead.
Battered?
Which is the second.
Yeah, let's do battered if I can get away with that, because I don't want to alienate these guys.
Yeah.
So I'm just That fight in the water really wiped me out of it.
Yeah,
so,
no, yeah, you are much closer to a couple more serious wounds, and you are out of the fight.
So hearing his words, I look at him for a moment and I say, all I saw here today, soldier, was that you and your allies fought bravely at our sides to defend these good people. Let us leave it at that.
He kind of shrugs, says, fair enough. Takes his sword and cuts the oligarchy symbol.
Awesome. All right.
But yeah. And
I say, and tonight we will all drink together.
kind of that. But
Well,
yeah, so yeah, the tavern's pretty much put out, and
Oh yeah, it's the tavern still standing.
that's why they lit the tavern on fire. Was supposed to get the militia to form a fire brigade chain so that they weren't fighting the orcs, so that the
Right. Exactly. So the Greyhawkers or the mercenaries could fight on.
plots within plots.
Exactly.
plots.
Exactly.
And there's a whole separate plot with Scarlet that has actually nothing to do with this plot. That is a separate plot.
But so as long as we manage to maintain everyone's focus and keep the eyes on, hey, it's Hardby, let's defend ourselves. Nobody else needs to know about all the background stuff. It's better that we don't.
Yeah, that's for later.
Yeah.
But yeah. Thank you guys for playing. For anyone
Thank
watching.
you so much for running this. This was so fun.
Yeah,
It was fun.
I'm glad you guys liked it. It was inside. I was like, wait a second. Third Lesbians Hardby. As soon as I was looking at my Hardby, I was like, this is I could. And as soon as Dr. Simba said it didn't have to be, D&D, I was like, why don't I try this? Because I got the book from ages ago, and I always wanted to play. And I was like, Hardby is like the perfect setup for it. So I'm glad you guys took on it. And we had a good time.
This is my second time playing the system, and the first time I played, I was so intimidated, and I didn't know. Like, I felt like I was being forced to be a GM all the time, and I'm like, So this time, I think you ran it really well. I mean, I really was able to get into this and see how it was. This system allows you to really get into the drama of the combat.
The drama.
D&D doesn't quite.
It's not exactly. I added the 2 physical conditions because I was like, there is originally no physical conditions. It's always all the mental conditions. The 2 physical ones I added as something like, okay, we can't do all mental. It's Greyhawk.
Right.
There got to be a little bit. And you're probably going to fight the orcs. But yeah, it's meant to be dramatic tension, and you kind of do take physical wounds as well, but it's kind of as part of the narratively rather than a physical.
Narratively, exactly. No, I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Like I said, like he said, I was intimidated when once you started describing it to me. I was like, I don't know. And then when I was on with asked DM Charlie and Phoenix Wacky Stream earlier, asked, hey, have you heard of this system? He's like, oh yeah, you'll have fun with it. I'm like, okay, I'll get and that kind of eased some of my fears because
it is a different system, but it's designed to be simpler and more. It's like you can adapt it a little bit to either toward more role play. I know Monster of the Week has more combat stats than Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which was the version.
It was more role playing than anything.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I wanted to add a little combat. I know people like combat. Yeah, exactly. I know people like combat, but also role play is a lot of fun. So I was like, let's do this. But yeah, all right. So thank you all for I'm Lee. I have a Discord. If you guys want to be on I will send you. I'll post an invite in chat. And then I guess we're gonna raid Jay.
Also, one last thing. I guess I could ask this off camera, but could you send us the link to your Twitch page? I know I've seen it before. I haven't had it up this entire game.
Absolutely.
Lhawk99?
Yes, I'll send a link.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
good.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad you guys had a good time, and hopefully, at least someone watching had a good time. We had a very few. I think we're right on top of the blue box, so. That created a.
Well, we've got competition.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were. The Blue Box was the flagship for this time slot.
Exactly. I would have been watching Blue Box in a heartbeat if I hadn't been running. It's. That's the link for the Discord, and then Twitch. I'll send you a link for that. It's. But yeah, thank you guys and everyone watching. We are gonna raid Jay. Virtual Greyhawk Con.
Sweet.
Let's go do it. All right, let's see. Lord Gazumba. Here we go. The joust.
Heck yeah.
All right. 2, 1. Let's ready. Okay, I have to wait for it to go. 5, 3, 2, 1. Rating now. All right. Bye, everyone.
Awesome.
All right.